My boys! My boys! I'm sorry, I'm hyper. Hyper, sorry. More Steins Gate. More just Stein. When I go up to Stein, I'm like, "Hey, can I pass through the gate?" And he says, "No." And I'm like, "That's unfortunate." Anyways, anyways, just ignoring all that. Yeah. Bro, I need to do something about my intros, man. They're getting out of hand. On the train back, Maho Hyajo was having trouble controlling her excitement. Two girls who said they came from the future, and Rintaro Okabe's story about the time leap machine. Normally, she'd never believe them. But if Kurisu Makise's mind had made those things possible, she could accept them. God fucking, I forgot to turn the ringer off again. That's it always, when I start stream, it's like I forget something. It's always something. Man. To Maho, Kurisu seemed capable of anything. And most of all, she'd seen it for herself. On the way back from the lab, Suzuha had taken her to the top of the radio building and showed her a real time machine. It was night and she didn't have a lot of time to look at it closely, but she could tell at a glance that it wasn't made with modern technology. Honestly, she wanted to start work on making another one tomorrow. No, right now even. But she had something to do first. The time leap machine that Kurisu had made, she needed to make an improved version. That meant she was going to be practically living at Okabe's lab for a while. So she decided to get what she needed from the office in Wako City. Hey, Golden. No problem, man. Hope you have a good day. From outside the building, she could see that the lights were still on despite the late hour.
Maho!
Uh-oh. As soon as she got inside, Dr. Leskinen rushed over, his face pale. What's wrong? The room had clearly been ransacked. Jesus! Of course, the place barely had anything in it to begin with, so with a quick glance it was hard to see what had changed. But Maho and Dr. Leskinen's desk had clearly been searched. The drawers had been locked, but the locks had been broken and their contents spilled out. Jesus! Dr. Reyes hadn't brought much of anything, fortunately, and so she'd escaped with very little damage, but her drawers had been dumped out too. Do we have camera footage? Maybe?
ってことですか。私が来た時にはこの状態だったの。もしかしたら企業スパイの類かもしれないわね。こんな何もないところで。
Wouldn't it make more sense to hit the Riken Institute next door? Only a few people even knew this office existed to begin with. Suddenly, Okabe's words began to take on a new meaning for her. Could this have something to do with what he'd said? Was a secret war over the time machine already beginning?
とにかく魔法、君も何か盗まれていないか調べたまえ。
はい。
どうだい？何か取られていたものはあったかい？
いえ、私の方は何も。
Did they find like the Amadeus stuff? She checked the desk and the drawers and couldn't find a single thing missing.
教授たちは？こちらも 何も盗まれてはいないようだわ。
PC の中も確かめてみたが、第三者にアクセスされた形跡は見られない。本当に何も取られてないかい？
はい。
そういえば魔法、君のノート PC はどうした？もしかして盗まれたんじゃないか？
Shoot, sorry.
ああ、あれならホテルに置いてあるから大丈夫です。
そうか、ならいいんだが。
どうする？警察に連絡する？
I would, yes.
何も取られていないなら、ことを荒立てる必要はないのかもしれないな。
Still, though.
そうね。少し様子を見ましょうか。
Like, it's still breaking and entering. Trust me, breaking and entering is still very much a crime, even if nothing was stolen. Maho wasn't sure that was a good idea, but she could understand that going to the police would be a big hassle. Especially since they weren't Japanese to begin with. And more than anything, Dr. Leskinen probably didn't want to lose time that could be spent on research. The same was true of Maho, too.
教授、実はお願いがあるんです。
Good Lord, Maho, clean up your place! Jesus Christ! Is this Maho's place or someone else's? What is this? Oh no, what the hell? What is this? Dr. Liskinen agreed to give her a vacation much more readily than she expected. Maybe coming to the office over New Year's had paid off. Now she'd be able to focus on the next time loop machine. Or, sorry, the time loop machine. When she got back to her hotel room, she Dude, I swear to God. My fat fingers, dude. She quickly got her things ready. She wasn't checking out of the hotel, but she needed clothes and other things so she could stay at the lab for a while.
よし。あとは。
Once she finished packing her bag, she grabbed another bag that was placed next to it. It was a laptop and a portable hard drive that she'd gotten from Karisu's mother after her death. She'd tried many things to crack the password, but never managed to succeed. She knew that she wouldn't have time to do anything with it, but she still didn't want to leave it here.
そうだわ。確か彼。
After she made one last check of her things and got ready to leave the room, an idea came to her. Was she gonna use Daru? Not a bad idea if I do say so myself. Maybe this is what Karisu wanted. She quickly shook her head and chased the idea from her mind. Karisu'd get mad at her. Life and death were like a binary, 0 and 1. You could be one or the other. There was no will that existed after death. If it existed at all. It existed inside the brain. Okabe time. Several days passed, and I still had no idea who had planted the memories in Kagari's head. I went all the way out to talk to the priest who'd found her, and even questioned the locals in the surrounding area, but I had no luck. Suzaha seemed to be doing her own research. She hadn't been back to the lab since then. She was in touch with Daru at regular intervals, so I didn't think she was in danger. I asked Tenoji and Moeka again, but neither of them seemed to have any luck. In this world line, the lab hadn't ever been attacked. Which meant they might be up to something else. Well, it seems like they might have raided Maho's workplace, if anything. Even if they were, I had no way of even imagining what it was. But I was sure that someone had kidnapped a young Kagari Shina and experimented on her, and only recently had she escaped. They had to be planning something, and I was sure it was bad. We didn't have time to wait for them to act. But without any clues, there was nothing we could do. My mind kept going in circles, and I kept getting more frustrated and nervous with every minute.
すみません、真帆先輩。私のために。あと少しでできそうだから。それに、これは私のためでもあるんだし。
Maho staggered out of the development room, sank into the sofa, and smiled sleepily. There were dark spots under her eyes. For the last few days, she'd been working on the device without any sleep. Her work needed to pay off as fast as possible.
それにしても、携帯電話を使うだなんて普通考えないわ。たとえ考えついたとしても実行に移そうなんて思わない。
携帯は離すときにどうしても受話器をこめかみ付近に近づける必要があるからな。
こめかみ周辺には大脳前頭葉と大脳側頭葉がありますからね。側頭葉の海馬妨害が記憶を貯蓄する場所だと考えると妥当な判断かと。
Got a little Kurisu burst here.
問題はどうやって記憶を圧縮させるかよね。
それについてはもっか僕が毎日徹夜で頑張ってるわけだが。
すまないな、ダル。
しかもハッキングがここからだって絶対にバレないようになんて言うから大変だっつーの。他のバイトだってあるのにさ。
To compress the memories, we needed CERN's LHC, no matter what. Oh, Large Hadron Collider? Hadron Collider, however you say it. An abbreviation of Large Hadron Collider, which is an experimental device used to cause charged particles to collide and study the results. Built by CERN and located 100 meters below the ground in Geneva, Switzerland. It is the world's largest ring-shaped particle accelerator. Its total length is 27 kilometers. Many different teams, including one from Japan, use the device to perform experiments. The reason it's a ring is that when charged particles pass through an electromagnetic field, the Lorentz force causes them to bend. Nice. That one took a lot of thought. If we made an enemy out of CERN, that tragedy I'd gone through before would repeat. But the main reason that CERN had attacked us was the D-mails we'd sent to the past. If it weren't for that, they probably wouldn't have bothered. And since we weren't sending D-mails, CERN would probably never even detect us. Probably. Fortunately, Suzuha had the IBM 5100 that we needed for the hack. I don't know. I hope you just came in, Ruben, because I just saw your message. How's it going, buddy? Good to see you. Good to see you. It's been a hot minute. Lord, I was so absorbed there for a second. Yeah, it just came in. Okay, good. I hate feeling like that I've like blown off someone's message, so that's good. Sometimes I just get so absorbed that I lose focus of anything else. Good to see you though, man. I hope you're doing well. Things are coming together better than I expected.
にしてもさ、オカリン、彼女、ほんと別人みたいなんですけど。
Also, I've been well, just busy with work, and it's all good. Glad you're enjoying Zero. Thank you, man. And I hope the work's going good. I know that can get awfully stressful if you're constantly being like drowned in work. Trust me, I know. So hopefully we'll be able to give you some time to take your mind off that. But anyways, yes, I am quite liking Zero. But yep, we've already went through like the whole raid. We actually went. I'll just give you a rundown of a couple things that have happened. We also figured out we was trying to figure out the thing with like the code name that the assaulters yelled out during the raid, and apparently it was like a co-shell number relating to like Mozart's songs, and then Amadeus called us like screaming for help, But as she was doing that, the world line changed back to Alpha world line, and we had a whole little sad moment with Kurisu. Oh god. We had to part with Kurisu again. And she shoved us back to the Beta world line. That tore me up. That tore me up inside. It really did. But yeah. And then we figured out that for some reason in this new world line that's slightly different from the beginning world line where we started in Zero, Amadeus was closed and we never had access to it ourselves. And for some reason, Kurisu's memories are added to Kagari's memories. And we've just been trying to figure out how to get rid of that. And also, Maho's office got raided. No one was hurt, nothing was stolen apparently, but it very clearly got broken in and raided. Oh my god! Vanity! Thank you so much for the raid! The anime adds a lot more for the Alpha World Line bit. Oh, good. That's good, but it also makes me sad. Hello, Vanity! Thank you for the raid! Hello, Cerebi. Hello, Shino Baser. Hello, Nightshade2233. I was stream, Vanity. What were you guys playing? Good to see you, though. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much for the raid. We are, for those that are new, my name is Mochikuma. I am a Bearman PNG tuber slash VTuber, and we usually do visual novels. Today we're reading through Steins Gate Zero, and it's a ride. Lots of fun. Tears of the Kingdom. Oh, how's that game? I've heard that a lot of Zelda fans really love it. How's stream's going good. Stream's going good so far. I know that I missed a couple days, but I didn't think I missed this much. Maybe I was just hyper-focused, so I've been able to, like, read a bit faster. I do think my reading has improved since I've been streaming. But, of course, I still fuck up from time to time, but I try. I nodded at Daru. For the past few days, more of Kurisu's memories had been invading Kagari's mind. Lately, she'd even started discussing complex technical subjects with Maho. She was acting just like Kurisu used to when she lived in America. At first, Maho seemed put off, but she eventually adapted. Maho probably wanted to get details about the device from Kurisu, so it seemed to be helping. Oh, Vanity! I forgot to tell you. I not only have I beat Elden Ring, but I beat Millennia. I've proven myself as a true gamer. I've tried to tell that to as much people as I can. Pog! Indeed, indeed. GG. It was a long tribulation, but I did it. I did a lot of that stuff off stream because, bro, if y'all saw my Elden Ring attempts on stream, y'all would see real Mochi. No one wants to see real Mochi. Kagari basically feels like a new Kurisu. Honestly, yeah. But it's hurting her, so it's not that I necessarily like that. I don't want to see her in pain, so hopefully we can get those memories out of her.
それにしてもこんなラボで本当にタイムリープマシンを作ってたなんて実際にタイムマシンを目にした今でも信じられないわ。
Oh, and for those that are unfamiliar with Steins Gate, I'll go ahead and give you a quick summary. Steins Gate is basically the story about time travel and the consequences it can have, and we follow the perspective of Rintaro Okabe and how that affects his life and those around him. And this is actually the prequel to that. Well, prequel's not really a great word for it. If anything, it's more like a sequel, kind of, sort of, a little. But it basically continues on that through some spoilers in the true ending route. I won't go too into detail if you guys want to check that out for yourselves, but it is a fantastic read. Steins Gate is one of the best visual novels ever made. That's a pretty interesting concept, taking memory data of a person who had died and input it into a different person to basically resurrect that dead person. Yeah, but it seems like the main reason they did it is because, at least what I theorize and what Okabe's theorize, is that they wanted information that Kurisu had that they couldn't get out of Amadeus itself because of how Amadeus works. If they input it into someone like a human, it could accidentally blur it out. Especially a human that's not even familiar with their own memories. Also, yeah, my people, go follow Vanity. Please. Vanity's awesome. Very good VTuber. The vibes are always fun.
でも人間の記憶を丸ごとデータ化して過去に飛ばすなんて発想はすごいですよね。さすがは真帆先輩。
No, you best. Do not even try to argue with me right now, Vanity. I like your vibes much more, and your personality is so much more enjoyable. Do not argue with me. You will lose. You will lose this. You will lose this. Do not try me.
その言葉、そっくりそのままあなたに返してあげるわ。はい？あなたは天才で、所詮私はサリエリだったってことよ。ん？
Watching the two of them, it was easy to fool myself into thinking that it was Maho and Kurisu talking.
なあ、かがり。
そうだ、アマデウスで思い出しましたけど、プロジェクトはどうなってるんですか？残念ながら凍結されたわ。
かがり。
凍結？どうして？もしかしてレスキネン教授が決めたんですか？私にもわからないわ。教授はもっと上からの指示だって言ってたけど。
She's getting lost in the Kurisu sauce.
そんな、せっかく順調に言ってたのに。
なあ、クリス。
はい？
Yeah, she's definitely getting lost in that sauce.
あれ？私、今。
君はかがり。椎名かがりだよな。
椎名かがり。そう、私は椎名かがり。私は。
It already looks like we're running out of time. She's losing like a sense of self, like more clear by the day. Kagari suddenly put her hands up to her head, afraid. It's easy to differentiate. Kagari is more developed as a character. You sounded like me, Ruben. You sounded like me. Sorry, Chris. Oh, God.
でも、それじゃあこれはこの頭の中にある記憶は何？
それはマキセクリスの記憶だ。君の記憶じゃない。
Hello, Prince Darian Allen. Did you come in from the raid? How are you doing? Good to see you. I like those emotes. Wait, let me get a peek. Ooh, those are really good. Yeah, I like those. Welcome.
そんなこと言われてもわかんないよ。
No, just browse around, Kimmer. Nice. Good to see you. We are reading some Steins Gate. Because, I finished the first Steins Gate novel and I'm reading, the sequel. I'm just gonna call it a sequel. It's like sort of a prequel, but not really. I'm just gonna call it a sequel from now on. I'm enjoying it. I really am. Kagari was acting completely different now than she was just a moment ago with Maho. She raised her voice like a child throwing a tantrum.
だって私にとっては私の記憶でしかないんだもん。
I've seen the anime for Zero, but this is the only Steins Gate visual novel I haven't played. Oh, I gotcha. Yeah. As soon as I usually like to read the visual novels first and then go watch the anime later. So after I finished the first Steins Gate visual novel, I went to read this immediately, basically. Well, not immediately. I had to go buy it when I got the money, but yeah, you get me. You get what I mean. For your peace of mind, call it a mid-quel, but that sounds mean. It sounds like I'm calling it mid. I know what you mean, but and listen, calling Steins Gate anything but top tier is a sin.
マユリママたちとの記憶も子供の頃のパパとの記憶もアメリカの大学での出来事も全部私の中にあるんだもん。どれが本当でどれか嘘かなんて私わかんないよ。
Hey, let's be honest, the original's gonna be hard to top no matter how good the next installment is. That's true. That's why I'm worried where they're making a new one. Because, I mean, it's hard to top the original. Although, I don't even know where that new one will lie, so... Have you seen or played Robotics Notes? No. But I know that this is a part of, like, a series called Science Adventure. Steins Gate is basically my only experience with it. I've not, like, seen any of the other animes for, like, the other science adventures or the novels. I basically started with Steins Gate. But I know that there's Robotics Notes, there's, like, Chaos Head, Chaos Child, there's a whole bunch of stuff. Which I might plan on reading eventually. Her words turned to sobs. I could understand how she felt. From her perspective, it was all real. None of it was fake. It was easy to tell her to get a hold of herself. But it wasn't that easy for her to actually do it. I remembered what Kurisu had said when she'd finished the time leak machine. She'd said you could never put your memories inside someone else's mind. I have yet to play the others, to be honest. I've only tried Chaos Head. Oh, I gotcha. There's a couple of people that's regulars here that have tried the others, like Morse. I don't know if Draft has. I don't know anything going on in Draft Set, to be honest. So, Morse is the only one that immediately comes to mind. It'd destroy their personality. But just if we were to leave Kagari like this, what would happen? Nothing good, I assume. Having basically two sets of memories living inside you, I don't even think Kurisu's memories would take over completely. It would just turn into a jumbled mess, and it would leave Kagari's mind, like, scrambled. And unable to cope, and unable to reason with anything. That's what I personally think would happen. There was a chance that her own memories would disappear and only Kurisu's would remain. If that happened, who would the person in front of me become? I just think Kagari would end up with memory problems. I don't know. Like, a lot could go wrong. A lot. Would they be Kagari? Or would they be Kurisu? If it was Kurisu... That wasn't true. It was impossible. I couldn't even think about it. But the more I thought, the more I felt a horrible idea tugging at my mind, no matter how much I tried to ignore it.
私どうしたらいいの？助けて、ママ、パパ。
Would have been great if Mayuri was around. But unfortunately, both she and Lukaku had gone to school. Both of them were worried about Kagari and had told me to contact them if anything came up. But that didn't mean I could rely on them all the time.
かがりたん、ちょっと気分転換に散歩でもしてきたらどう？
Bro, I swear to God, Daru is like that dude that hears someone's depressed and like, bro, just go for a jog. Bro, just walk it off. I fucking hate it, man. Bro, just keep yourself busy. You don't have time to be sad. Just stop being sad, man. Oh, God.
そうね。人間じっとしてると余計なこと考えちゃうものよ。少しくらい体を動かした方がいいかもしれないわね。
I mean, it helps, for sure, it helps, but it's not like a complete fix, you know.
というわけでオカリン、かがりたんを頼んだ。
But what else could he have said? It's an option, I guess. True, but, you know me. Any chance I get to dunk on Daru, I'll take it.
わかった。
Yup. Daru for the L. I just genuinely don't understand, like, I refuse to believe that there's any Steins Gate player that has Daru as, like, their favorite character. Much less, like a high-tier character. I just can't see it, man. The two of us walked out to Central Street together, but we didn't really have anything to do. The air outside must have made her feel a little better, because Gagari was starting to calm down. Oh, people are different. That's fair.
その、どこか行きたいところあるかな？
どこでもいいの？
ああ、君の行きたいところでいい。
I'm not gonna say all otaku are weird, but there are those people out there. Yeah. I mean, those people do exist.
それじゃあクリスさんと行ったところに連れてってほしい。
え？
オカリンさんがクリスさんと歩いたことのある場所に連れて行って。
Somewhere I'd been with Karisu. Where could that be? The coin laundry in the neighborhood? Orin Park? Gyudon Sambo? I hadn't spent a lot of time with her at fun or romantic places. Think about it. There are people who would who would say Daru is me for real, unironically. Yeah, and they're called criminals. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Kind of. I'm kind of kidding. They're called criminals. Oh, man. I'd spent a lot of time with her, but most of it had disappeared into many different world lines. The fact that Daru gets a hot girl makes him the ultimate self-insert. Dude, I swear to God. Like, that has to have been what it was. There's no way. There's no way that someone like Daru... And by the way, it has nothing to do with his appearance. It's all his personality. And the things he says and does. There's just no way. I'd gone through that time again and again, but most of it had been spent arguing and working with her at the lab. We'd never spent any time going places to have fun. And we'd never made it to Aomori either.
オカリンさんがクリスさんと初めて会ったのはどこ？
I was like at the place she gave the lecture, wasn't it?
初めて会った場所。
The Radiocon building.
私そこに行きたい。
place where Karisu and I had met. It was... a brightly colored building in front of Akihabara Station. The radio building. I've been keeping up to date with Oshinoko and their brutal honesty with how social media treats celebrities of any kind. Oh, I don't know if I ever told you, Ruben, but I watched the first, the 2-hour pilot of it. It's, depressing, but it's really good. It's depressing as hell, but it's good. Really? No, yeah. I watched the pilot. Also, F that dude with the flowers. If you know, you know. I won't spoil anything, but F that dude with the flowers. If you know, you know. This was where it started. Yes, this is where everything had begun. On that day, the time machine appeared on the roof of the building. It was just after that when I met Karisu. I could still remember it. The challenging look in her eyes. Thinking back, I may have already fallen in love with her then. But even though this was the place I'd met her, this was also the place where I'd... God, don't remind me. It stays consistently good. The commentary on the entertainment industry is so interesting. Yeah, I think a lot of people don't understand how truly fucked up the entertainment, like the inner workings of the entertainment industry, like the people that work in it, how shitty it can be to work there. Like, yes, like it's high paying and like you get a lot of fame and publicity, but that doesn't mean it's all sunshine and rainbows. Nowhere close. Shitty things happen quite often, and it's very your mental stability is very susceptible in a field like that. It really is. It goes into social media too, YouTubers, TikTokers. So yeah, it's not just about pop idols and movie actors. Yeah, indeed. I mean, I haven't seen that yet because I only watched the pilot, but yeah. Like, anything of, like, where you have, like, a lot of eyes on you, it can be stressful. It can be really stressful, man. Oh! Prince Alan, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you so much. I hope you're enjoying it. I hope you're enjoying staying here. I wouldn't be surprised if it goes into VTubers. Yo! That's me! Dude, they put a VTuber there, I'll be like, that's me for real, for real! They're talking about me. I'm joking. That is me for real, for real. Oh, God. Lately, I've been so busy with Kagari that I'd started to think I was getting a little better, but maybe I wasn't.
汗すごい。ごめん。もしかして私のせい？
いや、そうじゃないんだ。ただ。
Whenever I came here, I couldn't help but remember what happened that day. But
行こう。
いいの？具合悪いんでしょ？
大丈夫だ。
oh, hold on. Sorry, I got a text message. Considering it's all about the lies and facades of a public icon and how the public goes with the lie, almost like their identity is pretty effed up. Yeah. I like it, living a life like that it can be filled with a lot of stress. It's obviously filled with a lot of fun. No one's saying that there's no fun involved at all, but it's a lot of stress too. I couldn't just stand out here forever. I couldn't keep Mayuri, Daru, and the others worrying forever. If I needed to get over it at some point, then...
わかった。それじゃ、行こう。
Something soft touched my hand. Kagari was holding my hand tightly in hers.
ありがとう。
Kagari led me down the bustling street toward the radio building. My knees felt like they were about to give out at any second. Even after I'd gone inside, I was still doing better than I had thought I would. Yeah, there's fun to it too. It's just best to not think of it as a fairy tale, I guess. Yeah. No matter what job or, like, career path you go down, there's always gonna be a catch. There's always a catch, there's always a con. That's what... I is the best character. Yeah, man. Oof. I won't spoil anything for people that haven't seen it, but yeah, if you know, you know. Yeah. But I still didn't feel like climbing the stairs where it had happened. We took the elevator to the roof. Ferris, aka Rumiho Akiha, had carefully locked the door to the roof so that no one who wasn't authorized could enter. I'd been given a key too, but today was the first time I was able to use it. The first thing I saw after coming onto the roof was a strangely shaped object, the time machine.
懐かしい。これ。私、これに乗ってきたんだよ。
Oh, you know what? Honestly, Ruben, I have to agree. I have to agree with that. Like, at the end of the pilot, like, that whole thing, I was like, what? That kind of gave me whiplash. I don't know if you feel the same, Ruben, but it gave me, like, whiplash, honestly, with that little plot point. I'm like, is this where we're going? But, I mean, it could be interesting. We'll have to wait and see. Kagari happily ran up to the time machine. It was right after she'd separated from Suzuha that she'd lost her memories. It gave me whiplash, but good. Like, I'm so in on... Yeah, agreed. She remembered going from the future to this place in 1975.
初めてこのビルの上に降りた時にね、お空がすっごく綺麗でびっくりしたの。
Unfortunately, it wasn't very pretty right now. But Kagari spoke as if there was an endless blue sky stretching out in front of us.
私、ママと別れるのが嫌で、ずっとこのマシンの中で泣いてた。ママに会いたいよって。
I'm interested in seeing how Ruby's story goes, and maybe if like there's a point where like she finds out what's going on with Aqua, like how that'll affect their relationship and all that. It'll be interesting. Ruby's journey is pretty interesting. Oh, okay.
そんなことじゃダメだ。いつまでも泣くんじゃないって、鈴葉お姉ちゃんに言われて、それでも悲しくて。そんな時に開いたハッチの外に見えたのが青い空だったの。
2036年の空は青くないのか?
The opening and ending are fire? Do they change from, like, the pilot? Because I don't even remember if the pilot had an opening and an ending.
戦争の影響でね、ずっと黒くて暗い空。それに外にもなかなか出してもらえないし。
The ending song of the pilot is the song for the opening. Oh, okay. I'll have to catch up with it though. How many episodes is it at now? Has it like finished its season run, or is it still going? The mid-70s were right after the big economic growth spurt. Ecological concerns weren't as important as they are now. That was also when air pollution was a really big deal. The air probably wasn't as clean as it is now. If it seemed beautiful to her anyway, that must have meant the air in the future was really terrible. It's at episode 7 now. It's due for 11 episodes though. I gotcha. You know what, like, kind of, like, irritated me, or, like, got me, like, a little riled up? The fact that it's not on Crunchyroll. What? Or maybe they have added it on Crunchyroll, but, like, it, like, I had to, like, go out of my way to, like, where is this show? Like, I'm like, why, like, it seems like prime Crunchyroll material. Indeed, with how popular it became, I'm surprised. Really, though. Anime distribution sucks. Very true. Also, hey, Morsei. Glad to see you.
オカリンさんはここでクリスさんと初めて会ったの？
いや、ここじゃない。ここは。
お、
A cold drop hit my nose. Oh, it's raining. Yep.
降ってきちゃった。
I hate the fact I have to watch it on the website. Good cover up. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna call it from now on. The websites. That's a good. I mean, yeah, it's annoying, dude. Like having to like go and do that because like it makes you feel gross, but like what else are you supposed to do? Yup, websites.
そうだな。
That's right. Oh man.
岡部か。
生きてたか。
I think most Western fans started from there, that or Toonami. I feel like a lot of Western anime fans had to start from like Toonami or something. Or like the anime they played on Adult Swim. The ads piss me off, and the fact that even clicking anything triggers it pisses me off. You basically have to use an ad blocker to use those sites without, like, losing your mind. Dragon Ball Z. A lot of people is for Dragon Ball Z. For me, I guess you could say it was more Naruto, but I had a weird thing with anime. I very nearly, like, never got into anime and always thought it was trash. Because it was like that thing where my sister liked anime, and she's my sister, I'm her brother, we're siblings. Siblings don't like each other when they're young, so I'm like, well, if my sister likes it, then it's trash, it's garbage. I hate it. Fake weeb VTuber. Yeah. But I mean, obviously we grew up, and like, I'm like, this anime thing, it's not bad. It's actually pretty good. I'm using my phone so I don't think I could use ad blocker. Oh yeah, unlucky. Dragon Ball, my first anime, Naruto was also early days for me. Yep. It was very much Naruto for me. I was like that with One Piece because of my sis. It's so weird. Like when you're younger and like your sibling likes something, you're like, it's gotta be trash, it's gonna be terrible because they like it and I hate them. God. I still get nostalgia for old school Bleach, especially when I hear the OPs. Real! Yeah, I remember. Too real. I remember how long I never gave anime a try because I always assumed shonen was all anime was. Exactly. That's usually what it is. I mean, I do still like some shonen, like One Piece and stuff, but if you think anime is only shonen, you might not like the genre that much. Oh man.
そっか。ここだとあんたと会っちゃう可能性があること忘れてた。
Imagine a future where Mochi never got into visual novels. What a cursed world line, honestly.
何をしていたんだ。
考え事。
そうか。
The rain had been falling then, too. When she'd learned that either she or Mayuri was fated to die, she'd come here and looked up at the sky like this. Uh-oh.
すごい降ってきたよ。オカリンさん、中に。
Naruto, Dragon Ball, One Piece, that's all I saw of anime. It never was my thing, thus I never gave anime a try, until I found out about Death Note. Okay, there's about to be like 10 people in chat about to call me a sinner, but I still have not watched Death Note. I need to. I very much need to, but I've still not checked it out. Well.
オカリンさん。
What had she been thinking then? I haven't seen it. The internet has ruined it for me. I mean, the internet's not ruined it for me yet, but I have seen a lot of memes about it. But I am interested in seeing it. When she'd entrusted her fate to another person, to me.
オカリンさんたら、このままじゃ風邪ひいちゃうよ。早くこっちに。
Kigari dragged me inside, away from the noise of the falling rain. A few moments later, I found myself sitting there. He's gonna like... He is literally like reliving the events of what happened in the Kurisu, like, ending route. Also partially the true ending route, but you get what I mean. The place was being renovated and none of the stores were open. The lights were off too, and it made the place seem very gloomy. Being on this floor is surely gonna trigger something. Exactly.
びっくり。
And it doesn't help the fact that, like, she looks almost exactly like Kurisu. With, like, some two very big obvious differences. I need to stop with that! I need to stop! That day, after the rain, Kurisu and I had leaned up against each other and talked. And this was also the place where...
ここだよ。
Yeah, Kagari being here doesn't help.
ここが俺とクリスが初めて会った場所だ。
Hey, it's not Kurisu slander. Kurisu is still best girl. I won't budge on that. It's just funny to talk about. Every time with you, Mochi, it's straight for the boobs. I'm a simple man. I'm a simple man. True. Kagari is best Booba Kurisu. Strictly speaking, this is where I'd first met her in the Beta World line. That day, half a year ago.
さっき私に何を言おうとしたんですか？
I have mixed feelings.
さっきとはいつのことだ？
ほんの15分くらい前、会見が始まる前に。私に何か言おうとしましたよね。すごく悲しそうな顔をして。まるで今にも泣き出しそうで、それにすごく辛そうでした。どうして？私、前にあなたと会ったことありますか？
I think that is a sin, Ruben. I do think that's a sin. In more ways than you might think. I do think that is a sin. Thinking back, that was the beginning of everything. The Such. Oh my God. Let me make it clear before someone is like, oh wow, Mochi, you're a terrible person. I think like cheating and like doing like side chick stuff is garbage and it's like garbage behavior. It's funny in the context. If only I'd have known this would be the result. If I'd never met her, I wouldn't have to feel this way.
オカリンさん。
Oh, the pet. The pet. Yeah, Sam, I'm just joking, yeah. I felt something soft touch my face.
かがり。
私が怖がっていると、ママがよくこうしてくれたの。
Okabe needs so much, man. He's been through so much. Yeah, he needs so much.
どうして？
He's depressed, traumatized. He's like Okabe in Steins Gate Zero is arguably like one of the most tragic characters, honestly.
だって、オカリンさん、すごく辛そうで、今にも泣き出しそうなんだもん。
Kigari patted me on the head again and again, as if I were a child.
あいつとクリスと初めて会ったのはここだった。
He looks like he aged 10 years. Yeah, his face looks like a lot older right there. To think this all happened before the true ending was made possible makes it even more depressing. Yeah. Yeah, after we finish Steins Gate Zero, I'm literally going straight back to the true ending on my own time, just to, like, cope.
ここって、この踊り場？
This was necessary, but it still hurts, yeah. This is the life and world he is condemned to accept, right?
あ、最初の印象は最悪。初めて会ったっていうのに、上から目線だわ、睨みつけてくるわで、可愛さのかけらもなかった。もっとも、向こうだってそう思ってただろうけどな。
After all, at the time I was rambling about nonsense like organization agents. Until he rose back up, chucked the lab coat back on, and started to fight for Steins Gate once again. Yeah. Honestly, that by itself makes Okabe one of the strongest characters I've ever seen. And I mean strong in, like, you know, a different sense than most people might. There's different ways to be strong, and out of all those ways, I think Okabe is one of the strongest characters I've seen in a story. To, like, be able to go through all this crap, all this depression, all this hurt, and still be able to do what's right is amazing. That said, as much as Steins Gate Zero hurts, playing Chaos Child somehow hurt more, I felt dead inside by the true end. Jesus, man. It's a great sense of strength, yep. After all, at the time I was rambling about nonsense like organization agents.
でもそれでもクリスさんはオカリンさんにとって大切な人になった。
He still was able to keep fighting. That alone is a miracle. Yeah. And it's for years. Most people might not realize that, like, he kept fighting for years and years and years. If you include all the time travel nonsense. Like, it's longer than, like, teen to adult. It's much longer than that. Like, for all we know, he could have been fighting for, like, 2 lifespans. Or 5 lifespans. Like, who knows, man? That was in the Alpha World line, though. Right after I'd met Kurisu in this one, she'd...
私の顔ってクリスさんによく似てるんだよね。
どうしてそれを？
先輩、真帆さんから聞いたの。それでネットで調べてみたんだけど、自分でもびっくりするくらい似てた。
Notice how she was, like, fighting to, like, say Maho rather than Senpai. Even now, she's still having to fight off, like, the memories of Kurisu. Yeah, in the original True Ending, he received the video from 2025, 15 years in the future. He just kept the fight till the end of his life. For real, if you count every ending in this game as part of what leads to canon, then it really could reach close to a full lifespan, maybe pushing it to. Yep.
そんな人の記憶が私の中にあるなんて、それも運命なのかなって。
Fate. It always was. Fate laughed at us. It toyed with us.
ねえ、もしも。
A drop of rain ran down Kagari's hair and hit the floor.
もしもね、椎名かがりの記憶がなくなって、完全にクリスさんの記憶に入れ替わるとしたら。
Don't talk about that, Kagari. Don't talk about that. We're gonna get you back to Kagari. We're gonna do it.
そしたら、私はマキセクリスになっちゃうのかな。
No. You're Kagari, no matter what.
そう簡単にいくものじゃないよ。
Pain Dio.
でも、もしもだよ。もしもそうなるなら、オカリンさんは嬉しい？
It's not that simple, Kagari. It's really not.
私がクリスさんになったら、オカリンさんは嬉しい？
Even in the hypothetical world where it did, you should not have to sacrifice yourself for that. It was the voice of the demon I'd tried so many times to ignore.
俺は
I didn't want that. Or did I? Nah, that wouldn't diminish Okabe's guilt and self-loathing. Right.
でも、私はやっぱり嫌だな。
Another drop of rain struck the floor. No, those are tears at that point, man.
このまま自分がどうやって生きてきたのかもわからないまま、誰からも必要とされないまま消えちゃうなんて。
It'd be like the Luca route, exactly.
Kagari.
Trauma can't be fixed. Something so simple can't change those effects, right? Even in the true ending, it kind of ends off on like a happy ever after kind of ending. But let's be honest, even in the happiest ending, the true ending, Okabe is still probably gonna have to go through years of therapy. Yes, it's the best ending, but like, there's still a lot more for his road to recovery after that. He'd never be rid of those feelings, even if he managed to move on, right?
私どうなっちゃうのかな。私は私は
We're not gonna let you disappear, Kagari. We swear on it as our pride as mad scientist. Kagari was shaking a little. It wasn't just because of the cold.
ごめん。
You're alright.
いや
I never did figure out what she was apologizing for.
このままじゃ風邪をひく。そろそろ帰ろう。
とにかく上がってください。
The first time I went into Lukako's room, it really did look like a girl's room.
二人ともずぶ濡れ。急いで着替えなきゃ。
Yanabayashi Shrine was closer to the radio building than the lab. So I decided to bring Kagari there. Mayuri had sent me a message on the way, so I had her come here first. I believe the movie, which is set after the original, shows that even the Steins Gate world line, as perfect as it is, Okabe still suffers the effects of everything that has happened. And I mean, like, honestly, how wouldn't he? With everything that happened to him, they had, you know. Also, there's a movie. Eyes go wide. I figured that Kagari needed Mommy Mayuri right now more than she needed me. Something about the words Mommy Mayuri. I don't know about that. God. Oh no. 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 Yep, there's an anime movie. Technically, I think it's an OVA, but semantics. We might have to watch that on the Discord. We still gotta finish the Higurashi anime, but we might have to watch that on the Discord, boys.
Mama.
Higurashi anime rip. It's just the fact that, like, let's be honest, like, the anime for Higurashi is not as good as the visual novel. It's just a fact. And also, it's the fact that I already know the story through the visual novel, and it's just like watching the same thing again. You know what I mean? That's the reason why I've not been able to find the motivation for the most part. The anime's good. But like, I like the visual novel more myself. Yeah, I get that. Yeah. Just like I thought, the second she saw Mayuri's face, she relaxed a little.
寒かったでしょう。お風呂沸かしてきますね。
Lukaku handed us towels to wipe away the rain and ran out of the room to start the bath.
お風呂ママと一緒がいい。
Oh.
マユシーと？いいよ。あ、でもオカリンはどうする？
いや、俺はいい。かがりを先に入れてやってくれ。
Welcome back, Golden.
ありがとう。オカリンも風邪ひいちゃうから着替えだけでもしてね。
なんとかする。
Maybe I could borrow Lukaku's father's clothes. Just as I got up to leave the room.
かがりちゃん？
Uh-oh, what's wrong? Uh-oh.
どうしたの？かがりちゃん。
Something was wrong with Kagari. She was staring at Mayuri's face, confused.
かがり
誰？
Oh no. Is that the Karisu coming in?
あなたは誰？マユシーだよ、かがりちゃん。かがり、私の名前？
Oh no.
かがり
違う。私は
I think Steins Gate Zero is pretty realistic with trauma and depression, despite having everyone around him, Okabe, feel so alone. As someone with depression, yeah, that's pretty accurate, man. It's fairly accurate.
誰なの？私は
Oh no. Kagari tore at her hair and let loose a cry that sounded like it came from the pits of hell.
しっかりしろ、かがり。
I mean, I guess having readers reading Steiner would do that for Okabe, but it still has a universal feeling that can be relatable for a lot of people. Yep.
私を助けてよ。誰か助け
Oh god. She was like a puppet whose strings had been cut. All the strength left her body, and she fell forward. By the time I left Lukako's house, the rain had stopped. We waited for a while after that, but Kagari showed no signs of waking up. She looked peaceful as she was sleeping, so I decided to leave her to Mayuri and Lukako and head back to the lab. It's something that I found interesting about the 86 anime. I mean, there is a Steins Gate movie, but there's also an OVA, but I'm not sure if said OVA has an English release or not. I've seen the movie and it's good, but the OVA is what I really want to see. Oh, okay. By the way, I saw that Higurashi, I think that was technically an OVA. Ruben, you know, the one for for Takano, and I regretted it. I regretted it. I watched into 3 minutes and then just skipped to Takano's bit. I couldn't take it. I couldn't take it. It was driving me insane. Oh, if you know, you know. God. According to the two of them, she'd gotten confused. She'd gotten confused several times in the past. But never like this. We might have underestimated how dangerous her situation really was. Her brain was probably under a lot of stress already. We needed a way to deal with this, and now. But for that... Oh. The second I opened the door, I heard Daru and Maho yelling. The first episode is only good for the Takano. The rest don't get as bad, but yeah. yeah. God, man, I couldn't take it. I couldn't.
本当か？
I ran inside without even taking the time to remove my shoes.
おかりん、なんつグッドタイミング。
岡部さん、びしょ濡れじゃない。
そんなことはどうでもいい。それよりも、やったのか？
むふ。
Daru gave me a thumbs up.
でかしたダル！
Let's go!
スーパーハッカーなのだぜ。これくらい当然だっつーの。
Alright, don't get cocky. You could say that, but I knew exactly how much talent and effort it took to hack CERN. Your average hacker couldn't do it. The name Super Hacker wasn't just for show.
ヒアジョーさんはヒアジョーさんの方も完成したのか？
私だってこれくらいどうってことなかったわ。
Very, very clearly. Maho stuck her thumb up, just like Daru had.
さすがだな。
まあこれも全部あなたやかがりさんから情報を得られたからなんだけど、そういう意味ではかがりさんの中にクリスの記憶が残っていて助かったわね。
いや、それでも完成させたのはヒアジョーさんの力だ。
ありがとう。その言葉素直に受け取っておくわ。あとは実際にきちんと機能するかどうかが問題だけど、こればっかりは試してみるわけにもいかないのよね。
You know, thinking about it, we really were lucky to have someone that was damn near close to Karisu's intellect. If you really think about it. Like, that was pretty lucky.
そうだな。
僕はキッチン二郎3回な。
Kitchen... What? That's gotta be some Japan thing, I don't know. Okay, yeah. A restaurant chain found in downtown Tokyo as well as Kansai. It has a popular combo menu that offers a large amount of delicious food. In addition to the restaurants, it also offers a delivery service. You could say it was the will of Steins Gate. Bro. Man. Alright, you got me there. You got me there. Sure thing. Anyway, everything was ready. All that was left was to find out who they were. But that was still the biggest problem.
それじゃ私はちょっと眠らせてもらうわ。さすがに疲れる。
Oh. The sound of a ringing phone cut her off.
もう誰よ、人がこれから寝ようって時に。はい、もしもし。
That is also an obnoxious ringtone. I'm just gonna say that. She muttered to herself as she took the phone to the back of the development room.
で、かがりたんの方
Shit.
はどうなん？
それなんだが。
Just as I spoke, a wine message arrived. Oh, I guess I have to check that then. Kagari woke up. She's calmed down. Nice. Let out a small sigh of relief and sent back an answer. Got it. Sorry, can you look after her for a while? I'll contact you if I need you.
実はあまり良くない。今日なんて真由りのことすらわからなくなった。
マジで？
それだけじゃない。その後ひどい頭痛を訴えて意識を失った。
それまずくね？
No shit, Daru. No shit.
まずいな。なんとかしないと。
But unless we knew who we were up against, there was nothing we could do.
本当ですか？
Uh-oh. Daru and I exchanged glances at the sudden voice coming from the development room.
マホタン、どうしたん？
何かあったのか？
When we looked inside, Maho turned around in a state of shock.
荒らされたって私の借りてた ホテルの部屋。
Uh-oh. It's a good thing that she had a laptop in here. I think she did, at least. So... that means that those people were probably trying to go for a laptop, if anything. Because they didn't steal anything when they ransacked the office. But then they immediately go to Maho's hotel room after she explicitly stated that she left her laptop in her hotel room. That's pretty sus. The call was from the hotel. Maho was staying at a business hotel in Wako City. Sometime in the past few days, while she'd been staying here, someone had ransacked it. Also, do these places just not have cameras? Or are the cameras just turned off? She'd left her keycard with the front desk, but there were signs that the lock had been picked. She'd just given her okay to search the room.
それで詳しい状況は分かったのか？
今から警察に連絡するから、何が盗まれてるか調べるためにも早く戻ってこいって。
じゃあ何が取られたかわからんってこと？もしかして下着とかも？
God, man, I just lose all energy when he speaks, man.
そういうのは全部持ってきてるわよ。セクハラで訴えましょうか？
There are ways around cameras. That's true. That's true.
うひー、それだけは勘弁。
まあ、私の部屋って普段から散らかってるから、荒らされてるように見えただけって可能性もある。楽観的に考えればね。
Dude, she's not joking. Dude, when they showed her room, Jesus Christ. Good lord. Looked like she ain't cleaned a day in her life. That, like, lord. In an extreme case, you could even destroy them or use an EMP, but that's more of a militaristic response. I mean, they do have military knowledge, at least. We know that they have military knowledge. So that's very possible.
鍵が開けられてたって言うから、誰かが入ったのは間違いないでしょうけど。実は、ついこの間もオフィスの方が荒らされたことがあって。
じゃあ単なる偶然じゃないな。何者かがヒヤジョーさんの持っている何かを探しているんだ。
そうね。でも何を探しているのかは見当がついてるわ。
なんだ？
The laptop.
クリスのノート PC よ。
Yep.
あれか。
Putting all the pieces together, it seemed the most likely option. I could be sure that whoever tried to overwrite Kagari's memories was the same group that attacked her in the other world line. Whoever those people were, they were after the time machine theory hidden in Karisu's memories. But since their experiment had failed and Kagari had escaped, they'd turned their attention to the other thing Karisu had left behind. The laptop and hard drive that Maho had. But if they were after that, did that mean they had it now?
つかその PC ってこの前真帆たんが僕に託したやつ？
何？
Uh-oh.
実はね、どうしてもパスワードを解析したくて、ここにこもるようになってから橋田さんにお願いしたの。
It's kind of effed up, but I understand where you're coming from.
それじゃあノート PC は？
無事のはずよ。ね。
もちろん。今は僕の秘密のアジトにあるのだぜ。つってもずっとセルンのハッキングにかかりきりだったからまだパスワードは解析できてないけどね。
That made me feel a lot better. Now if only we knew who had broken into our room. But it wouldn't be that easy. Still, if they'd done something like that, they must be starting to panic. What would they do next? Wait a second.
もしかしたらこれは使えるかもしれない。
Hmm?
使えるって？
I didn't want to waste time explaining, so I just took out my phone and made the call. Several days later, Kagari's condition was getting worse. Ugh. Oh, Kagari perspective. Staccato footsteps echoed through the darkness. Akihabara got quiet early. The ever-busy electronics stores, the concert halls that were filled with cheers, and the coffee shops that were full of laughter, all of that gave way to silence as soon as night fell. A single set of footsteps walked slowly through the silence, never breaking rhythm. They belonged to a girl. It was dark, and so it was hard to see her clearly, but it was very clear that she was acting strange. She had a cap pulled down over her face, and was trying to avoid letting anyone see her as she walked. As if she was hiding from someone. As if someone was chasing her. And just as she was about to turn a corner, several men jumped out in front of her. Oh no. The girl stopped in surprise. Suddenly, there were men behind her, too. Oh no. One of the men spoke. His Japanese was fluent, but if she'd listened carefully, she might have detected a trace of a foreign accent. The girl they called Kagari was helpless as they surrounded her. One of the men thought to himself, "This is the easiest job in the world. All they had to do was kidnap a single helpless-looking girl. There's no need to bring this many people." No, it wasn't just him. Almost everyone there felt the same way. Yeah, you say that, wait till she busts out the iron fist. I know that's not gonna happen, but still. The men gradually began to close in. The girl simply stood there, afraid, and showed no signs of resistance. This was too easy. Just as the man smiled and reached out his hand. Oh! Whoa, Jesus Christ! He thought he heard the sound of something slicing through the air. Then he fell to the ground clutching his hand. More like the assassin fist, Jesus! It looked like three sausages lying on the ground. Nope, those are fingers for sure. Well, I hope they're fingers. I'm kidding. Before they realized it... No, don't give me the ellipses, man. You know, come on. No, not the ellipses. Before they realized that the sausages were the man's fingers, another man went down from a high kick to the head. Dude, is Kagari like some ultra assassin that I just never knew? What the hell? The man began to howl in rage.
You fucking bitch!
What the fuck? You fucking bitch! God, oh my. That caught me off guard, dude. They leapt at the girl, swearing, but... Oof. One of the men who was trying to attack her from behind suddenly screamed.
Oi, oi. 静かにしな。あんまりうるさくすると
Okay, alright. It wasn't Kagari. It was mother effing Giga Chad Tenoji. Clearly. Jesus Christ. A huge man came out of the darkness. silhouetted by the moon. They are so lucky that they have Tennoji, dude. And probably Suzuha in disguise, maybe. Oh, that really could have been Suzuha, couldn't it have? That was all I could say as I watched these tough men go down one after the other. Oh, you think this was, this is Okabe's plan, maybe? That's what I'm thinking. Because he said, like, they could use this to his advantage. This is a way to, like, bait them out. I knew from his size that Tennoji was strong. It was the other girl that really shocked me. He must have set a trap. Yeah. And, yeah, it was Suzuha. Her disguise ruined, Suzuha jumped around like a cat. Each time she moved, the men around her quivered. They activated his trap card! Mirror Force something. I knew she'd undergone combat training, but I had no idea she was this strong when she was serious. The kicks from her long, lithe legs were like a work of art. Doof! That's the part-time warrior for you.
店長もね。
The men fell to the ground without even having the time to draw their knives and guns. Several days earlier, when I realized that the enemy was probably starting to panic, I came up with a plan. In the last world line, Moeka had told me that someone was looking for Kagari. I wondered if that was true in this world line too. So I asked Moeka to leak some information for me. A girl matching Kagari Shina's description came down this road at the same time every day. And today, a few days later, they'd all taken the bait. I hung back behind the corner of an alley, watching them fight. I felt kind of pathetic. Fair enough, man. But it was obvious that not only would I be of no help whatsoever, I'd actually just get in the way. So it was smarter to leave it to them. It went a lot better than expected. I heard Daru's voice from the earphone on one of my ears. I'd called him and left the call connected so we could talk at any time. Not even close. Not even close to hurt. Daru had been opposed to Suzuha's plan to use herself as a decoy. He must have been worried about putting his daughter in danger.
心配いらない。お前の娘は想像よりずっとすごいよ。
計画通り。
そりゃ僕の娘だからね。でも傷物になんかされたらおかりん。一生恨むからな。
He'd be better off worrying about the people she was fighting. Uh-oh. I suddenly heard a high-pitched whistle. At the signal, the men started to turn and run. They'd realized they'd fallen into a trap and decided to retreat.
おっと、そうはいくかよ。
Tennoji's giant arms grabbed one of the men's hands. But there was a hollow popping sound and the man's body went limp. Did someone shoot him or did he kill himself? No way. He was dead? He took his own life? A piercing yell brought me back to my senses. One of the men was coming toward the alleyway where I was hiding. Our goal was to capture them and make them tell us who they were working for. If we couldn't do that, all this would be for nothing. I ran out in front of the man without even thinking. Not your best idea, Okabe, but alright. My sudden appearance caused him to hesitate for a moment. But he kept charging without dropping his speed. I saw that he was holding on to something shiny near his waist. Ooh. Just as he hit me, Suzuha slammed into him with a jump kick.
おっと
The kick knocked him directly into Tenoji's waiting arms. Alright, restrict his arms. Tenoji caught him easily, then spun the man's arms around his back so he couldn't hurt himself. Good, good, good.
おじさん怪我は
Did he get stabbed?
大丈夫
なんともない。
オカリン、どうしたん？何があった？
心配するな。こっちはみんな無事だ。それより鈴葉、奴は
He can still bite his tongue, though. It's a very common thing that a lot of people... I've read that, like, some people, when they don't want to... They're restricted, they can bite their tongue and drown in their own blood. They can still do that. Something like a scream came out of his mouth. At some point, Tenoji had jammed what looked like a towel into it. Oh, okay. That's a good idea. He was probably trying to keep him from killing himself like the last guy. Yep.
おいおいあんまり暴れるんじゃねえよ騒ぎになって困るのはおめえもだろうがそれにまだ1本目だぜ情けねえあとまだ9本も残ってる
Jesus. Straight up called him a pussy. Oh my god. Yeah, don't F with Tenoji, chat. Don't F with him.
それが終わったら目だそれから両方の耳、鼻まだまだお楽しみはいっぱいあるんだぜ
Oh my god. His voice was cold. This was the real Tenoji. This was FB. I wanted to look away, but Suzuha was watching without flinching in the slightest.
俺だって面倒な真似はしたくねえどうせ吐くんなら早めに吐いた方がお互いのためだと思うぜんどうだもう一本いくか
Ooh. The man shook his head violently.
最初からそうすりゃいいんだよでおめえさんたちの元締めは誰だ
Tenoji took the towel out of the man's mouth. He'd said something in a whisper so small I couldn't hear it. Tenoji's pallor suddenly changed.
ストラト 4?
What? Strat 4, official name Strategic Focus, an American civilian intelligence company, sometimes called the Shadow CIA. It has its own independent intelligence network that it uses to gather and analyze security information from around the globe, and many famous companies and military organizations sit on its board of advisors. They are a for-profit company with completely different ideals and policies from groups like Anonymous, who crack classified information, or WikiLeaks, which publishes public interest information from whistleblowers. There is a real information brokerage company named Strategic Forecasting, Inc., based out of Texas. This company bears no relationship whatsoever with Strategic Focus. Okay.
The
man desperately shook his head again.
ストラト4かまた面倒な奴らが
Oof. Strat 4. I'd heard of them. Back when I was into conspiracy theories, I'd looked them up on the internet. Their real name was Strategic Focus, I think. They were an American civilian intelligence company, sometimes called the Shadow CIA. Hey, we just read that. I'm pretty sure most of us know what the CIA is, but we'll do it again. An abbreviation used by the American Central Intelligence Agency. The CIA reports directly to the president. They engage in spying, intelligence gathering, and political manipulation in foreign nations to guarantee America's security. They are said to have been involved in many major historical events. Which is probably true. They specialized in military matters, and their skills had supposedly been put to good use during the Iraq and Gulf Wars. If a CERN rounder like Tenoji said they were a problem, they probably were. This wasn't going to be easy. But now wasn't a time for being scared.
聞いたか誰今すぐにストラト4のサーバーにハッキングをかけてくれ
Okie dokie!
Let's go. I felt myself starting to relax after I completed my first objective. But there wasn't time for that. This was where things really began.
どうしたの店長。何か気にかかることでも。
いや、ストラト4といや民間の会社だぜ。いわば金によって雇われてる連中だ。そんな
Oh,
奴らがいくら捕まったからって自決までするか
that's true. If you don't get the person giving the orders, then that becomes a lot harder. It did seem strange, come to think of it.
おい、おめえ本当に
Tsunoji tried to wring the man's neck again, but
気を失ってやがる。だらしねえやつだ。
God dang it, Tenoji. Tenoji sighed and took out a rope, then started to tie him up.
後始末は俺に任せて、おめえらは行け。
いいんですか
これで終わりじゃねえんだろ。
I was a little curious what he intended to do with them, but
わかりました。後のことはお願いします。
I had other priorities right now. I said my thanks to Tenoji and hurried to the lab with Suzuha.
おじさん、早く。
わかってる。
Suzuha ran through the night like a panther. It was all I could do to keep up. The path to the lab seemed far longer than it usually did. We finally made it to the lab. Mayuri, Ferris, and everyone else were already there waiting. And Kagari, too. Oh no. Kagari was lying on the couch in obvious pain. Her breathing was shallow. Her complexion was pale. Something bad could happen to her at any moment.
なる。どうだ
ちょい待ち。前にハッキングかけた時のルートがあるから今探ってる。
前にって。お前、そんな危険なことをしてたのか
ちょっとね、友達と賭けでね、どっちが早くハックできるか勝負したんだ。ゴーゴーカレー1年分。
You are testing the fates of everybody here, Daru. Why are you being a dumbass? Oh my god. A curry chain based out of Kanazawa, Ishikawa. It has stores all over Japan, but primarily in the northern and eastern parts of the country. It offers Kanazawa curry, which is famous for its thick roux and katsu and cabbage on top. I get that he's, like, confident in his skills, but you're playing with fire. Like, he probably had no idea how dangerous that was.
あれ？どっちが勝ったか聞かないん？
That does sound delicious, I'll be honest, Morsay. From the way he was acting, there was no need to even ask.
とにかく急いでくれ。
ラジャー。
Since their plan to steal back Kagari had failed, there was a good chance Stratfor would resort to even more desperate measures. There was no time to waste. And... yeah, he definitely got stabbed or something.
オカリン、顔色悪いよ。
いや、なんでもない。
なんでもないことないにゃ。見せるにゃ。
He got shanked again. Oh, don't remind me. Ferris ripped off my coat. Yep.
ひどい怪我してるにゃ。岡部さん、違う。オカリン。
I tried to avoid looking at it, but there was a lot more dark blood stains staining the side of my shirt than I'd expected to see. When the man had stabbed me before, it must have gone in pretty deep.
問題ない。
問題ないわけないにゃ。ルカにゃ、応急手当の用意を。はい。
俺は大丈夫だ。前より、それよりも、係は
Kagari was still lying on the sofa, panting for breath. For the last few days, she'd been getting weaker and weaker. Oh no. Her hand reached up into the air.
ママ、どこにいるの？
ママはここだよ。ちゃんとそばにいるよ。
Mayuri grabbed her hand tightly, and she finally smiled a weak smile.
ママ、私、このまま消えちゃうのかな？
No, you're not. And we won't let it. We won't let you.
大丈夫だよ。きっとオカリンとダルくんが何とかしてくれるから。
オカリンさん。
そうだよ。オカリン、わかるよね。
オカリンさん。
Kagari's lifeless eyes turned towards me.
心配しなくていい。もう少しで元通りになる。
岡部さん。私を消して。
Oh wait, she said Okabe. Oh no. Oh no.
係。
No.
彼女の中から私を消して。このままじゃ彼女が。
God. Those were Karisu's words. Personality and memory were two different things. Just because she had Karisu's memory, that didn't mean she had Karisu's personality. But... oh, don't do this to me.
岡部さん。私を消して。
Those were definitely Karisu's words. At least, that's how it seemed to me. I remembered what she'd said before. She told me to save Mayuri. She told me she couldn't sacrifice Mayuri to save herself. Maybe there was a tiny chance that Karisu's memories would safely settle inside Kagari's mind I doubt that, man. But even if they did, I knew what she'd chosen. She'd chosen to leave. She'd chosen to disappear. I had no way of knowing if the words coming out of Kagari's mouth were from another personality created by Karisu's memories. But there was no doubt that they were Karisu's words. Right now, she was nothing but a formless thing called memories. So why? Why even now? When she was nothing but memories? Did she still have to suffer so much? Why did she have to suffer at all?
ごめんね、岡部。
I hate this. I hate this. Clear drops fell from her softly closed eyes.
誰まだか
Kurisu! I asked him to stop myself from screaming her name.
待って、もうすぐもうすぐ。
Hurry the fuck up!
まずいよ、おじさん。
Suzawa whispered to me as she looked out the window.
1、2、3、何人か集まってきてる。ストラト4だ。
Oh god. No, of course, that's what we needed.
よし、来い来い来い。
The tension was rising every second. Was he done yet? Why wasn't he done yet?
シュー誰シューシューシュー来た来た来たビンゴー
Lukaku and the others brought the treatment device over, but I motioned for them to stay back as I looked down at the monitor. Let's see. Got CBMS, CBMR, Drain, Groan, John, Junk. Maho leaned over Daru's other shoulder.
重要そうなファイルの中からサイズの大きなものを選んで。
待ってよ、大きなのずっと。もしかしてこれかな
Just get it, dude!
でもファイルネーム、ジョンって。
Doesn't matter, just get it!
モーツァルトの洗礼名はヨハネ。きっとそれだわ。
なんかよくわからんけど OK。てか中にもファイルがいっぱいあるんですけど。
見せて。
Oh, it's got the co-shell numbers. It's got the co-shell numbers. K6205. Inside the folder were several files labeled with codes.
ファイルが増えてる。私たちの研究段階じゃこんなに多くなかった。
Which meant that after the Amadeus program was shut down, it had ended up in Stratfor's hands somehow, and they'd gone on to do more experiments with it.
この中のどれかがカガリさんの記憶データのはずだけど。
It's K6205.
K6205 だ。
Yep.
K6205 番がかがりの記憶だ。誰
Co-shell number 620, the magic flute.
K62 あったこれだ
後の手はずは事前に話した通りに頼む。
Compared to Karisu's time leap machine, the process was a lot simpler. Since the memory data already existed, there was no need for a VR headset. Or the phone wave. All we had to do was use the decoder program on Kagari's memory data, then use CERN's LHC to compress it. Then we transferred the compressed data and sent it to the cell phone.
完全に囲まれた。
Jesus Christ.
誰準備はいいか。
オールオッケー
よし、行くぞ。
待って。
Uh-oh. I looked up and saw that Maho was staring at the screen, her features frozen in an iron mask.
どうしたヤジョさん。
本当にうまくいくのかしら。 もし失敗したら係さんは。
We don't have any other options at this point. I reached my arm around Dara's back and put my hand firmly on her shoulder.
大丈夫だ。俺が保証する。
岡部さん。
係。
I stepped away from the PC and knelt down in front of the sofa where Kagari lay.
岡部さん。
いいな。
Goodbye. Kurisu.
来た。
Do it! You gotta do it now!
了解。
Sound of footsteps coming up the stairs. The sound of the phone ringing. The phone I pressed against Kikari's head stopped ringing in that moment. The world changed. Oh, we don't even see what happens. We don't even see, like, the world line number. I was inside a deep black darkness. I did press answer on that, right, chat? I didn't fuck that up and press, like, ignore, right? Like, I did press answer, right? Like, okay. I was inside a deep black darkness. There was no sound. No temperature. Just darkness. Cold and silence. No one was here. I didn't even know if I was asleep or awake. There was nothing but a vague sense of presence. Nothingness. Nothingness spreading out to infinity. Oh. You okay, buddy? Huh? What was I doing? Wasn't I...
ちょっと岡部、いつまでもそんなところで寝てると風邪ひくわよ。
Kurisu? I turned towards the voice. Standing there next to the open curtains of the development room was...
何よ。
Did we go back to Alpha?
なんだ、クリス、いたのか。
Wait, what? Okabe? What's going on? Huh?
いたのかとはずいぶんご挨拶だな。さっきからずっとここにいたじゃない。
Okay, hold on. Wait, what? All right. What? I gotta keep going. I gotta keep going because I'm so confused. Oh my. What happened?
そうだったか。
そうよ。昨日も一昨日もずっとここにいたわよ。
It looks like we're in the Alpha world line, but I'm not... It did seem that way, come to think of it. My head seemed like it was full of fuzz. But I wasn't sleepy or tired or anything like that. My mind was very awake. But something was missing. Something important.
そういえば、ダルヤン・マユリはどうした？
Uh-oh.
あんた、本当に大丈夫？何か不具合でもあったんじゃない？
どういう意味だ？
橋田もまゆりも。ほら、そこにいるじゃない。
No way.
え？
Notice they're using the original sprites.
僕のこの大きすぎる存在感を見落としてるなんてどうかしてるぜオカリン。
Daru just did a self shot. Oh my god. Oh my god. Daru said, you know, everybody taking shots at me. I'm gonna do it myself. F it, man. God. He said it. Daru. You know what it is? You know what it is? Daru said that something snapped. Something inside of me. I didn't care anymore. I didn't care about being better than Kakarot. I didn't care about being Super Saiyan. God. I need to stop. Guitar ripped. God. Oh, that's right. Daru and Mayuri were always here, weren't they? Wait, I think I remember what happened here. Unless I'm mixing it up with something else, we aren't going through the routes in the most optimal order, but who cares? I mean, it's my first route, so this is like the decision I made. So, you know, I've never really been like, I've never been too big on like the opinion that like you should look up a route guide and like go through like them in the most specific order, otherwise you're robbing yourself of the experience. I mean, like, going it through the first time blind and not knowing what your choices will lead to is, like, for me, the most optimal experience, because that's the one that I would have done, you know what I mean? Also, I can't help but feel like he's hallucinating or something. Well, it may not be a hallucination, but, like, this seems too good to be true, if that makes sense. It seems like, oh, everybody's here. No, it wasn't just them. Yep, old sprites. Old sprites.
京馬さん、僕にできることがあったら何でも言ってくださいね。
This definitely feels like something's not right. Like the way that they're talking. It feels like a dream or a hallucination, maybe. Ferris and Lukaku too. And old sprites. Old sprites.
その辺の食べられそうな草で私が特別ジュース作ってあげるよ。
Right. The weird thing about these science adventure games is that going through the route order outside the optimal order can be more confusing depending on the game. Oh, I gotcha. Yeah, something's not right.
私もいるよ、岡部君。
Like, why are they talking like, oh, what's the matter, Okabe? We're all here. Everybody's here. Smash Ultimate trailer plays, you know. Susaha and Moeka. All of the lab members were in the lab like they always were. That's right. This was my daily life. This was how I spent every day.
ふむ。全員いるようだな。
Hey! They updated one of the OG CGs. I like that. I like that detail. I like that. I really like that. I mean, all they did was add like Susaha, Lukaku, and Ferris, but that's a cool detail. Yeah, CG's nice. I like that detail.
では、ただいまより第65536回目の円卓会議を行う。
65,000.
準備はいいか？
Are we in OG Okabe? Okay. Halloween Kyoma's returned. Don't call it a comeback. Don't call it a comeback. Sorry.
まったく、いつも暑苦しいわね。
お前こそいい加減そのおすましフェイスはやめるんだな、常習。
I know this is gonna end terribly, but let me enjoy it for now, chat. Let me enjoy the OG for now.
だから私はあんたの助手になった覚えはないと言ったろうが。
You weren't ready for this. No! Let me... Don't you drag me out of this delusion, Morsay! I'll kick and scream! Yamero! God.
オカリンとクリスちゃんはいつも仲良しだね。
イチャイチャしやがって。リア充爆発しろ。
Literally having a positive delusion. Mochi's become a gigalomaniac.
ちょっと橋田、私がいつこいつとイチャイチャしたって言うのよ。
仲がいいほど喧嘩するって言うにゃ。羨ましいです。
That was just sad. Oh god.
漆原ルカも一緒にイチャイチャすればいいじゃん。ダメです。僕にはそんなことできません。
イチャイチャ。
ねえ、お前たちいつまで無駄話をしている。さっさと会議を始めるぞ。
ね、今日の議題は何なんだ。
Talking about why frogs poop. I don't know why that joke was the first thing that came to my head.
そんなものは決まっている。今日の議題は
What?
議題は
Huh? I'm sorry, I couldn't.
岡部？
Something was wrong.
オカリン？
Oh, it's fading out. Oh, you can see it fading. Everything seemed the same, but
どうしたん？オカリン。
you can see it fading. My delusion is actually shattering before my eyes. That's right. It was cold.
今日も？
I didn't feel it.
京馬さん。
No emotions.
岡部倫太郎？
No warmth.
岡部くん。
Everyone was here. They actually said the name. I'm dead. But it was cold and dark. Cold. Cold.
岡部くん。
Cold. 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 Cold.
岡部倫太郎。
It was so cold it felt like the marrow of my bones was going to freeze.
京馬さん。
Like my bones were made of ice. Like all the blood in my body had been replaced with mercury.
オカリン。
It was cold. The game predates the meme, therefore it is the meme, I swear. I felt like I was gonna freeze at any moment. What was this?
オカリン？
Where was this place? Where was I?
岡部。
I... Oh, back in beta? What's going on? Oh no. Where... was I? What was I doing? Is he brain dead? Did his brain get fried or something? I tried to speak, but the words didn't come out. It looked like I was lying on a bed. And a very hard one at that. He's not in prison, is he? I slowly looked around. It wasn't the lab and it wasn't my room. The room was old and gloomy. Of course, I'd never seen it before. What was I doing here? Oh, has he still got the stab wound? It was a terrible pain in my head. Oh no, it was the head. Like someone had jammed an electrode into my brain. Not the greasy reference, man. I tried to raise my hand as I lay there, but it was too heavy. It was like all the joints in my body had frozen. Is he brain dead or is he paralyzed? It took all my strength to slowly sit up. Okay, he can move. He can move. He can move. That's good. It's good that he can move. I was getting worried. Each time I moved a little, my muscles screamed and pain ran through my whole body. After several minutes, I finally succeeded in sitting on the edge of the bed and looking down. I realized I was... Okay, so he's in a hospital. I was wearing a white gown like hospital patients wear. Okay, he's in a hospital. There was some kind of equipment on my head, and the cables coming out of it were connected to a strange machine. What had happened to me? Just a moment ago, I was... That's right. Kagari. Kreese's memories had been downloaded into Kagari's head. We tried to erase them by overriding them with Kagari's own memories. And then... That's right, I remembered now. The world line had shifted right after that. What had happened then? Can you speak? Can you speak? I tried to remember, but it was like my mind was filled with fog. For now, I needed to figure out where I was. Well, you're obviously in a hospital, I think. I took off the headgear and got out of bed. Uh-oh. Maybe a bit too soon to get up. And collapsed. This didn't make sense. Was I just dizzy after all that was going on in my head? That's probably not the what. That's probably not it. I tried to stand up again. And I couldn't get any strength in my legs. I kept standing up and falling over. And in the end, I was only able to get up by grabbing the side of the bed. How could standing on my own 2 feet be so exhausting? Was I sick with some terrible disease? And then maybe I'd been in bed for several days. Oh no. I somehow managed to drag my weak legs to the door. It was bizarrely heavy. This might not actually be a hospital. This might actually be like a prison or something. And and if they got captured by those people, then maybe they hospitalized Okabe for a bit and they need him for something. Or they just didn't want him to talk, so they had to kidnap him. But if that's the case, it's strange that they didn't just straight up kill him then. It was bizarrely heavy. Or maybe it just seemed that way to me. Oh, I don't know if I'm ready for this. This is like all the signs of something horrific. Oh my god. It only opened after I put my full weight on it. The door was locked, but it seemed to be the kind that could be opened from the inside. I walked down the dark hallway, leaning up against the wall for support. At the end of the hall were stairs. I'm hoping that this is a nightmare somehow. And it's not what you might be expecting, especially since this is your first route. I clung to the railing and slowly walked up them. At the end of the stairs, I found a hatch. Using the full strength of my back, I was just barely able to get it open. I was inside an old building. I walked down the crumbling hallway, still clueless as to what was going on, and finally found the door to the outside. Exhausted, I staggered outside, and I saw... Oh, it's the future! Oh, it's the future. Oh no. I like the effects that they got going on with the dust blowing by. Mountains of shattered rubble.
なんだこれ
Rows of destroyed abandoned buildings. Exposed twisted steel girders. Oh, that's the thing that shows up on, like, when you start up the game. I recognize that thing. At first, I thought it was a movie set. But it was all far too realistic for that. The walls, the windows, the ceilings. Everything was destroyed. Little bits of rubble covered the ground. There were cracks in the asphalt on the road, making it impossible to walk straight. And it wasn't just directly in front of me. I spun around a full 360 degrees and saw the same scene everywhere. I smelled oil. I smelled something burning. So, it's pretty clear at this point that this is the future, but how did he get here is the question. I looked up to the sky. It was dark and gloomy. I thought it might just be cloudy, but something else seemed to be going on. I could see the hazy outline of the sun beyond the black curtain that covered the sky. Don't push yourself too hard, Okabe. A violent pain in my throat made me cough. I quickly covered my mouth with the sleeve of my gown. My eyes stung. I tried once more to calm down and see if I could remember what happened, but I had no luck. Actually, it's probably not a good idea to come out here with no, like, safety protection on. Because I remember that they mentioned that, like, even going outside, you had to have, like, mask and stuff, and he basically just came out here in a hospital gown, so that's probably not the best thing. Obviously, he doesn't know where he is, because so I wouldn't expect him to know that, but I'm just saying. I tried once more to calm down and see if I could remember what happened, but I had no luck. All I knew for sure was that there had been a world line shift when I deleted Karisu's memories from inside Kagari. The memories held by the Amadeus Karisu. And the memories implanted in Kagari. Maybe when whoever owned them changed. That is, whoever held Karisu's time machine theory, the world line changed with it. And this was another altered world line. It's still beta. It's still very much beta. Which meant what I was seeing was... I saw what looked like an ash-covered stick poking out of the ground in the corner of my eye. I slowly went to take a closer look. It was sticking out of the rubble, and at the tip, it split into 5 smaller branches. What? It was a... Oh! Oh, God. It was a hand. It was a human hand that had been scorched pitch black. Oh, God. A terrible feeling came rising up out of my stomach. Suddenly, I thought I saw something move. Someone was there. Where? I listened carefully to try and pick them out. The other side of that big building. I could hear some kind of sound from over there. Was someone there? If there was, maybe they could tell me what the hell was going on. Trying my best not to make any sound, I peeked through the walls of the crumbling building. They were there, alright. There were people there. Lots of them. But they weren't people anymore. They were just human-shaped wads of meat. Oh, God. Piled up into a mountain. Oh. Oh, God. And on top of that mountain was a pack of dogs. Something long and slick was hanging out of the dogs' mouths. Intestines. Oh my God. This must have just been, like, right after the war ended. Well, it didn't really end, obviously. It has long-lasting effects, but, like, after the fight itself ended. Like, the big fight. They were eating them. They were eating the bodies. The stench was horrible. The sound of the flies was overwhelming. It was like something out of hell. These descriptions are a preview of Chaos Head. Theirs are even more graphic than this. Like, I've seen Higurashi, so I'm fine for most of this. But, oh my... It's still disturbing. Like, you know, like, a lot of us are desensitized at this point, you know. I think we can all agree that we're pretty desensitized. But it's still disturbing to see and hear. Like, nothing can change that. The fact that Okabe can't even get his words out right is really scaring me. My gaze met the vacant eyes of one of the bodies. One of its eyes fell out and black insects crawled out of the empty socket. It is. Tsukihime felt the same way for me. Yeah. Jesus. I ran away. I ran as fast as I could, stumbling forward on failing legs, sorry. Somewhere. Was there somewhere around here that was sane? But no matter how far I went, it was the same thing. Mountains of rubble. Rows of abandoned buildings. Probably falling too, yeah. All I could see were the dead. I think this is important. I think this is important for a lot of readers. That, like... Because most of us can tell what the horrors of World War III would bring. But seeing them through the eyes of Okabe and, like, all the details really sinks into, like, how terrible of a future it really is. I think showing that is important. Because some readers might see it and be like, oh, that's a bad thing. But they might not understand the full horror of what it really means. There were no living humans. This is why Beta is worse than Alpha. For sure. I mean, I guess you could argue that Alpha is just as worse because of the fact that, like, no one has any emotions. But this is incredibly horrific on many scales. I mean, either could be argued, but for me, this is worse. And then I found it. There were rows of huge buildings which all looked as if they were about to fall over. The roads were full of cracks. There was a warped overpass sticking out of the ground. A few rows of iron and railroad ties. I knew it. I knew this place. It was only a shadow of its former self, but I knew it. This was Akihabara, which meant... Okay, he's able to get words out, that's good. Where was Mayuri? Where was Daru? Where was Ferris? For all we know, brother, they could be dead at this point. But considering that you're alive, it might not be as likely. What about Lukako or Suzaha? What happened to Maho and Kagari? Just as I ran toward the lab to go find out, I heard footsteps behind me. Rough footsteps stomping over the rubble, more than one set. Oh no. They got louder and louder, and soon I saw them coming towards me from between the crumbling buildings. There were 3 of them. They each had assault rifles in their hands. Oh god.
貴様そこで何をしている
When they saw me, they all pointed their guns at me. There was so much I wanted to ask them. There were things I wanted to know. But the only thought that came to me was that I needed to get away. Not your best idea, Okabe. But even as I tried to turn and run, my body refused to listen. They must have sensed that I was about to flee because one of them yelled. Ugh, there. Holes appeared in the concrete at my feet. They'd shot at me. They really shot at me. They'd shot at me with real guns. If I'd been just a little closer, they would have hit me. I was too scared to stand. The men got closer, still holding their guns. Run. You have to run. But it was like my body belonged to someone else. It wasn't listening to me. The men kept getting closer. And then... there was another sharp noise. One of the men collapsed to the side. Oh? He hit his head in the rubble and stopped moving. The other two waved their guns around, clearly confused as to what just happened. Suzuha? Something dragged me to the ground. And then more gunshots. The two of them fell backwards, still holding their weapons, at almost the exact same time. They died. Right in front of me. Someone had died. I could do nothing more than sit there and watch as a silhouette moved in front of me.
お前、死にたいのか?
I looked up, and the person I saw was... yeah, that's Suzuha. Interesting that they used the original sprite from Steins Gate, but it's still the future getup. Suzuha.
ほら、いつまでボケっと座っているつもりだ。
お前殺したのか
何を生っちょろいこと言ってるんだ、お前。
It was a colder voice than I'd ever heard.
お前鈴葉だよな
Her iron mask of an expression suddenly changed to surprise. But that was only for a moment. A second later, and the fierceness had returned.
お前、何者だ?
Did she really not...
俺のこと知らないのか
Did the change in the world line mean that Suzuha and I never met? I don't think they never met... No, wait, they did meet. Sorry. I was remembering wrong. They did meet. Did they? In the future, I mean. I'm pretty sure they did.
岡部だよ岡部倫太郎だ
Time travel is confusing. Yeah. The expression on her face changed again.
岡部倫太郎? そんなバカな。
If this is 2036, then that really is impossible. Two pairs of icy footsteps sounded in the darkness.
こっちだ。
After I'd given my name, Suzuha had stared at me suspiciously for a moment. Then she'd made some kind of call and told me to come with her. She made me wear a blindfold almost the entire time, though. So I had no idea which way I'd gone or where I was.
止まれ。
I did as she said. When I heard the knock, I finally realized we were in front of a door.
君に萌え萌え。
Alright, so that's Dar.
バッキュンキュン。
入れ。
Evidently, that was the password. I could only think of one man who'd choose such a stupid password. Of course, that's a password. Like, of course it is. I heard the sound of a heavily locked door opening, and at last I saw a dimly lit room in the darkness. At least it's secure. Literally no one else alive would know it. True. The room was piled high with what looked like mechanical junk. Rows of instruments lined the walls. A man who was sitting in front of them looking straight at me. There is no way that's Daru. There is no way. No, I don't buy it. No, I don't buy it. There's no way that's Daru. There's no way. There's no shot. Oh no. Who was this guy? How did he know my name? He must have been in his mid-40s. He was a big, broad-shouldered man with a stubbly face, sorry. There was a sharp but gentle light in his eyes. I felt like I'd seen him somewhere before. There's...
僕のこと忘れたん？そりゃいくらなんでも冷たいぜ、オカリン。
There's no way! Alright, Steins Gate. Alright, you've gotten me to believe some wacky stuff. You've gotten me to buy some wacky stuff. There's no way I'm buying this. There's no way. So, remember back when I said in the Alpha World line that it was a dystopian future, so that Daru was probably jacked? There's no way! There's no shot, man! Oh my god. Oh my god. God. The way he talked. Here's your fruit. No. And that voice. There was only one person it could be. But that was... What if he just goes like, Daru? Oh no, I was your neighbor Steve. What the hell, man? The man's face broke into a broad smile.
よかった、覚えててくれて。てっきり忘れられたのかと思ったのだぜ。
ダル。本当にダルなのか？
I can't believe it, honestly.
こんなナイスガイ、僕以外にいるわけないじゃん。な、鈴葉。
せめてもうちょっと痩せてくれれば認めなくもないけど。
Well, what do you mean? Look at him!
そう言うなって。これでも若い頃に比べれば随分と痩せたんだぜ。
Indeed, the Daru in front of me was quite a bit slimmer than the Daru I knew.
というか父さん、少し言葉遣いおかしくない？
僕も久々にこういう話し方したよ。でもオカリンはこの方が話しやすいだろうと思ってさ。
The more pressing issue, though, was his age. He was clearly a middle-aged man. The youngest I could possibly imagine him to be was his early 40s. And then I saw a shelf in the corner. I saw a man I didn't know reflected in its glass. It was another man like him, in his 40s. He was staring at me with a gloomy, sunken face. I slowly raised my right hand, and the man raised his left as if copying me.
ダル、一つ教えてくれ。
Man, do we not get to see what future Okabe looks like? Come on, man.
何でもどうぞ。
今は何年だ？
It's either 2025 or 2036. Daru's smile quickly became something more serious as he answered me.
2036年。
Okay.
世界は戦乱の真っ只中だ。
He actually lived to 2036, which is something changed. He looks just like Okabe, just a bit more tired and some wrinkles. Ah. Oh, also, hey Sav, I don't know if I missed your message earlier, but good to see you, man. I just got here. Oh, I gotcha. Daru gave me all the details.
それじゃあ本当に今は2036年なのか？
そういうこと。
Seemed unbelievable. But Daru's appearance, and more than anything, my own, made it undeniable. 2036. Suzuha had said that World War III would start sometime in the next 10 years. 5.7 billion people would die, and the population of Tokyo would drop to a tenth of what it once was. He was in that video message link from the future Okabe at the end of the true game. Remember? I remember that, but it was like he was super faded out and it was hard to see, you know what I mean? After that, the Third World War itself would end. But the chaos would continue, and even in Japan, no, everywhere around the world, battles would continue. Was that what I'd just seen?
だがどうして俺はそのことを何も覚えていないんだ？
All my memories were of 2011. I mean, did he get time traveled here? I had no memories of the past 25 years. I mean, he aged naturally, so that couldn't have been it, right? Or did his mind get time traveled? Did he time leap? That couldn't be a time leap, because that'd be crazy. I'm not sure. And also, he wouldn't survive because he dies in 2025, but maybe that changed with, like... But, oh, man, oh, I gotta just read. My last memory was of erasing Kurisu's memories from Kagari's head.
それに俺は2025年に死ぬと鈴葉から聞かされていた。どうして生きているんだ？
それは私も聞きたい、父さん。
Suzuha chimed in.
私たちはみんなオカリンおじさんは10年前に死んだって聞かされてきたんだ。
Yeah. Suzuha leaned over him. No, she's got that man by the neck, like, you mother effer!
父さん、これはどういうこと？もしかして私たちを騙してたのか？
落ち着け鈴葉。ちゃんと説明するから。
Daru looked at me as if he was remembering old times, and then resumed his explanation.
オカリンは2011年の1月半ばまでの記憶しかないってことで OK？
ああ、2011年の1月に世界線が変動した。それ以降のことは覚えていない。
I'd gotten 25 years older without realizing it. That fact was starting to eat away at me.
やっぱ体の方に少し問題があるのか、それとも混乱してるのか。今のオカリンの頭の中には2011年の1月末までの記憶がなきゃいけないんだけど。
末？どうして1月末なんだ？
マホタンがオカリンの記憶をデータとして保存したのが 2011年1月末のことだからさ。
Oh? Hyajo saved my memories?
アマデウスの研究の役に立ちたいから記憶サンプルを取ってくれってオカリンからマホタンに頼んだらしいじゃん。
俺がアマデウスの。
And then I realized something incredible.
ということは、もしかして今の俺の脳の中は。
そう、お察しの通り、今のオカリンの脳内にある記憶はその時の2011年にデータ化された記憶なんだ。
So he basically did travel to the future. Kind of, in a way, in a weird way, but yeah. Digitized memories inside my head.
ちょっと待って父さん、話が全く見えない。そもそもどうしてオカリンおじさんが生きてるの？おじさんは2025年に死んだって言ってただろ？
Through the power of memory backups plus reading Steiner, yeah.
死んだよ、事実上はね。
So, is he in like a walking corpse right now then? Well, that couldn't be it, because if he was, he'd just be dead.
事実上？
タイムマシン開発競争はその頃がピークだったんだ。各国のいろんな機関がマキセ・クリスが残した論文と彼女の記憶を欲していた。でもその時点でマキセ・クリスの遺産は全部ストラト4の手に渡ってたんだよね。
Strat 4.
ただ連中をもってしても論文の中身を確かめることはどうしてもできなかった。ロックを解除できなかったんでね。ちなみにそのロックを開発したのは2010年の僕。そこでストラト4はマキセ・クリスをよく知る人物を捕まえて情報を聞き出そうとしたんだ。
それが俺か。
連中はオカリンの記憶からマキセ・クリスについての情報を取り出すためにあらゆる手を使ったらしい。
So maybe that's the reason he was kept alive.
僕たちが助け出した時にはオカリンの精神はボロボロだった。
Oh.
まともに生きるための能力さえ失ってた。
Oh, so they put him in that building then.
回復する見込みのない死んだのとほぼ変わらない状態だったんだ。
So he was basically brain dead, I assume? After what they did to him? The thing that surprises me the most is that Darius' cap looks almost the same, just this tiny scratch on the top. Honestly, yeah.
それじゃあ肉体は生きていたってこと？
そういうこと。
So his body alive, but his brain was fried, basically. That's a quality hat. SSR! More say, please.
これはオカリン自身の入れ知恵でもあった。オカリンは自分が狙われてることに危機感を覚えてたからね。
でもせめて私にくらいは教えてくれてもよかったはずだ。
敵を騙すにはまず味方からって言うだろ。
そんな。
Suzuha seemed a little depressed. It must have come as a shock that her dad didn't trust her.
そんな顔するな、鈴葉。このことを知ってたのは ワルキューレの中でもごく限られた一部の人間だけだ。
I knew the name Valkyrie. Suzuha had talked about it a lot in 2010. It was the name of Daru and Suzuha's resistance organization. Resistance, an armed... Is there really anybody that doesn't know what resistance means? An armed group of irregular fighters who opposes a government, or the members of that group. The difference between a resistance fighter and a terrorist is a very slim one.
話を続けよう。オカリンは心を破壊されたせいで生きるための能力を失っていた。放っておいたら肉体さえ死んでしまう状態だった。そこで事実を知る一部の人間の手によってこことは別の施設でずっと面倒を見てきたんだ。
From 2025 to 2036. 11 years without letting anyone find out. You needed nutrients to keep your body alive. And since I was in bed the whole time, my joints would have gotten stiff, and friction against the bed would have caused my skin to split open. Someone had watched over me the whole time to keep that from happening.
もしかしてマユリが。
マユシだけじゃない。フェイリスタンやルカシ、それにマホタンもだ。
They were alive. Mayuri, Ferris, Lukaku. Even in this terrifying world, they were still alive, and still looking after me. They had been for years.
なあ、誰？どうして俺は今になって目を覚ましたんだろうか。
My memories had been digitized in 2011. If they'd known those memories existed, they could have downloaded them into me a lot earlier, right?
それは単純な話さ。オカリンの記憶データはつい最近までどこにあるかわからなかったんだよね。つうか、オカリンとマキセ・クリスの記憶データはストラト4がずっと保管してたんだけど、
Oh.
その保管場所がずっとわからなかったわけ。見つけたのは半月前。どこにあったと思う？驚くぜ。
どこだ？
東大元暮らし。大学だよ、僕たちの。
Wow.
まさか東京電機大学か。
その地下に連中の支部があったんだよ。つっても今はほとんど廃墟になってるけどな。
Strat 4 had a base in the basement of Tokyo Denki.
で、半月前にオカリンの記憶データをサルベージした僕たちは早速脳にデータをダウンロードした。
But for the next 10 days, I hadn't woken up. And just as they were about to give up, I'd finally awoken. After 25 years. 25 years. I stared at my hands. They were so thin I could almost see the bone, and I could see veins popping out of them. The face reflected in the glass was unhealthy and wrinkled. My hair was starting to turn white too.
起きたら25年後だったなんて。とんだ浦島太郎だな。
気持ちの整理がつかないのも無理ないさ。
Of course it was a shock. But the most shocking thing was...
この記憶は一度データになったものなんだな。
my memories since I was a kid. My memories of that summer. My memories with Kurisu. All of them had been transformed into zeros and ones. Could you still say that I was a person? Could I still be called human?
でもそれを言うなら、マキセ氏のタイムリープマシン技術だって同じじゃん。オカリンはあれ、何度も経験したはずっしょ。
He was right. But even if I knew it in my head, it still felt strange. I'd been cut off from 25 years of time. It had all been forgotten and left behind in a digital world. It felt like it had been stolen from me.
私はやっぱり納得いかない。
そう言うなって鈴葉。
父さんはいい。そうやって世界中を騙していたんだから。
だから仕方なかったんだってば。
Deceived, huh? I'd been deceived too. I'd been told that I was fated to die in 2025. And that even in the beta world line that wouldn't change. But no matter how it had happened, I was alive right now. Even in the past, I'd been deceived by the future. And it wasn't just me. Are you still made of organic matter with a genetic code composed of 23 chromosomes, walk on 2 legs, and have an existential crisis? Then yes, you still a human. Yeah. If you're still meat and bones, then you're still a human. Suzuha and everyone else. The whole world had been deceived.
世界が騙される。
Yeah, there you go, Okabe. You're realizing what you gotta do. Because that's what he had to do in the true ending. God, Steins Gate is so well written! I can't do this! Why am I getting it hyper? It's so well written! Fuck! And then there was a knock on the outside of the door. And there was a visitor, it seemed. Suzuha got close to the door.
君に萌え萌え。
Who's this? After hearing the world's most ridiculous passwords, Suzuha unlocked the door. It opened and a young girl came in. Oh. It's Kagari. Normal Kagari.
カガリ、ここには用がある時以外は来るなと言ってるだろう。
Kagari. This line was the so remember when future Okabe said he needed to fail in order to reach Steins Gate? Yep, this is that timeline. Yep. That's why I had that crisis earlier. This child was a young Kagari.
ごめんなさい。でもママたちみんな出かけて帰ってこないんだもん。
まあまあ、そう目くじら立てることもないだろ
また父さんはそうやって甘やかす。こういうことはきちんとしておかなきゃダメなんだ。
The way they interacted hadn't changed in 25 years. I ignored them and looked at Kagari. And she seemed to notice me too.
こんにちは。
こんにちは。
おじさんは誰？
俺か？俺は。
ん？
そうだな。君のママの友達だ。
I hesitated for a moment, but decided not to give her my name.
マユリママの？
ああ、そうだ。
へえ。
ママは優しいか？ママのこと好きか？
No. No. That's wholesome. That's wholesome.
そうか。
I could see the love she felt for her mother radiating from her face. Mayuri must have raised her with a lot of love, too. She'd been raised with everything Mayuri could give her. But After this, she was going to go to the past. She'd be all alone in the past, separated from her beloved Mayuri. And then they'd catch her and use her as a test subject.
そういえば父さん、まゆ姉さんには伝えたのか？おじさんが目覚めたこと。
あ、いかん。すっかり忘れてた。早く教えてやらんと。
He took out what looked like a small wireless radio.
こちら、バレルタイター。応答せよ。こちら、バレルタイター。
こちら、スターダストシェイクハンドです。どうぞ。
Oh no, she gave her code name what that's the power that Okabe gave her. Oh God, that's so good. The voice I heard from the speaker was definitely Mayuri's. It felt a lot calmer than what I was used to, but it was definitely Mayuri. Wait, what was Stardust Handshake? You know what Stardust Handshake was! Don't you fuck with me! That was aggressive.
誰おじさんのところにいるの？おじさんは大事なお仕事があるから、あんまり邪魔しちゃダメだよ。はーい。
そんなことよりまゆし、スペシャルなニュースだ。
Yep.
スペシャルなニュース？
Yep.
ああ、心して聞いてくれ。オカリンが目覚めた。
本当にオカリンが？
We sure are.
どうしたの？まゆし。オカリンが。
もしかして岡部さん、目を覚ましたんですか？
本当？オカリン、起きたのにゃ。
Are we gonna get to see future everybody? Probably not, but that'd be cool. I heard one voice I knew after another coming from the radio. The voices didn't seem to have changed all that much.
そういうわけで3人ともすぐに戻ってきた方がいい。まゆし、どうした？まゆし。
ダメ。まゆしは嬉しさのあまり涙ぐんで声も出ないみたい。
Understandable, honestly.
まあ、無理もないよな。オカリンの復活を一番望んでたのはまゆしなんだからさ。
Mayuri.
とにかく、みんな早く戻った方がいい。
わかった。食料受け取ったらすぐに戻るわ。
Everyone else was overjoyed, but I saw that Suzuha's expression was clouded.
どうした、鈴葉。
なんでまゆ姉さんたち食料調達に出ている？今日は予定になかったはずだ。
Oh no.
え？
そんなはずない。確かに今日だって昨日の夜遅くに連絡が。まずい、それは罠だ。みんなすぐに戻って。
You're joking! A scream from the speaker cut her off.
どうした？何があった？
襲撃です。敵襲が。
くそ。
マイルちゃん、フィリーさん、逃げて。ここは僕が。
でもそんなことしたらルカディアンが。
僕なら大丈夫ですから。早く。
ダメだ、ルカ君。ルカディアン。父さん。
おう。
Suzuha started running and Daru followed after.
待ってくれ、ダル。俺も行く。
でもオカリ、その体じゃ。
行かせてくれ。頼む。
I really don't think that's a good idea. He hesitated for a moment, but then quickly nodded and offered me his shoulder. He was a little thinner than when he was young, but his shoulder was still gigantic. I put my weight on it as we followed Suzuha. When we finally got there, I saw several silhouettes. I'd been mentally preparing myself for a fierce battle, but the whole place was dead quiet. There were several men dressed like soldiers lying on the ground nearby. In front of them was Suzuha. Kneeling next to her were two women. And at their feet... No... God damn it!
ルカ子。
I could tell at a glance. The person lying there was Lukaku.
おかり。
The two women looked up at me.
おかり。ルカニャンが。ルカニャンが。
Ayuri and Ferris both seemed beaten down by the passage of time.
岡部さん。
Sorry, Lukaku. His features had grown more gallant, but his face was still soft and feminine. Lukaku looked at me with hazy eyes.
ルカ子。
本当に岡部さんなんですか？
ああ、ルカ子。俺だ。
その呼び方本物の岡部さん。
A single trail of blood dripped from Lukaku's mouth. His outfit was stained with blood over his right breast, and the blood dripped over onto the ground. Jesus. I knew immediately that the wound was fatal.
よかった。さっきの話は嘘じゃなかったんですね。
ああ、お前たちのおかげでこうして目覚めることができた。ありがとう。
Lukaku's hand reached up towards the sky as if he was looking for something. Maybe he couldn't even see me anymore. When I grabbed his hand, it was very cold.
岡部さん。
どうした？
僕やりました。
ああ、
京馬さんに教えてもらった静止ザマ流の心得の
Oh god, don't say that.
今までまゆりちゃんやみんなを
Don't say that right now.
これました。
I'm gonna fucking lose it.
ああ、
僕仲間になれましたよね。皆さんの本当の仲間になれましたよね。
You've always been Lukaku. You've always been.
バカ。お前は最初からずっと俺たちの仲間だ。
Lukaku reached out a cold hand and touched my cheek. And smiled a dazzling smile.
嬉しいな。
That was all he said. And then... the touch on my cheek disappeared.
ルカ子。
ルカ子。
ルカ
The cold hand fell to the rubble-covered ground. Worst world line. Worst world line. And never moved again.
なんてことだ。
よかった。ルカ君はオカリンとずっと会いたがっていたから。最後に会えたのは本当によかった。
Glad? She was glad? After this? Mayuri's words made me realize how hellish the last 25 years I'd slept through must have been.
漆原ルカ、あなたはとても立派に戦いました。私たちはあなたに救われました。どうか安らかに。
こんなのあんまりだろ。
マユシは
God, man. That was a lot. That was a lot. Oh, God. I can keep going, though. I can keep going.
泣き疲れて眠ったよ。
無理もないよな。マユシはルカシとずっと仲良かったから。
ルカ兄さん。
Lukaku was dead. He died protecting Mayuri and Ferris. In my mind, his death overlapped with Mayuri's. Mayuri's hands got colder. And so did Lukaku's. It was the same no matter where I went. Mayuri, Lukaku, and Kurisu. Everyone dies.
あの戦争をきっかけにたくさんの人間が死んだ。小学校の友達も中学高校の友達も大学の友達も親戚も先生も知り合いも大人も子供もそれから大切な人もたくさんの本当にたくさんの人間が死んだんだ。
I knew this was coming. At least, I thought I knew. If I didn't reach Steins Gate, if I stayed in the Beta World line, the world would eventually burn. I'd heard it 1,000 times, and I thought I knew what the future would be like. But in the end, it was just a story about the distant future. It didn't feel real at all. Oh, I could only imagine it. All I had were vague, unrealistic ideas. All the thousands of nightmares I'd experienced. I thought nothing could be worse than that. But when I saw it with my own eyes, heard it with my own ears, and felt it with my own skin, I realized that everything I thought was wrong. Piles of bodies. Wild dogs devouring human corpses. Dead soldiers. The smell of burning flesh. The smell of rotting organs. The warmth of Lukako's blood in my hands. The warmth of Mayuri's blood. The warmth of Karisu's blood. I thought that if nothing else, I'd managed to save Mayuri. I'd let Karisu die, turned my eyes away from reality, and told myself that at least I'd saved Mayuri and the others. But in the end, I hadn't saved anyone. Even if I had, I'd only saved myself. I was the only person I'd managed to save. No one else. Not Karisu. Not Mayuri. Not Kagari. Not Lukako. I hadn't saved anyone.
クリスをアマデウスの呪縛から解放してやってくれ。
What?
伝言2025年のオカリンから。
俺の伝言。
シュタインズゲート世界線への道は険しい。一度や二度やり直したところでたどり着ける道ではないだろう。けれどまずはそこから始めることがシュタインズゲートへとつながるんじゃないか。いくつもの未来の先が過去へとつながっているんじゃないか。11年前オカリンはそう言ってた。
クリスを解放。
だからさ、僕たちがいるこの世界も無駄じゃない。きっと必要な世界なんだ。少なくとも今の僕はそう思ってる。もちろんだからってこのままでいいってわけじゃない。
誰？
だからさ、オカリン、もう一度戻って考えてみてもいいんじゃね？オカリンの記憶の途切れたその時間にさ。
Yeah. As terrible as this is, it was necessary for Okabe. Like I knew it, but like I'm realizing it. Like he needed to see what this future was really like, because by his own admission, he could imagine it, he could think it, but as most of us know, nothing compares to the reality. Nothing compares to the reality. So he himself couldn't have realized how bad it had truly been if he had never seen it. So as terrible as this experience is, it's necessary. It's necessary to reach the path that we really want.
2011年にか。でもそんなこと。
I could see my aged body in the glass.
大地、この姿のまま戻ったところで俺に何ができる？
A lot more than you think, man.
できるわ。
Maho? I heard a voice I recognized from the radio.
久しぶりね、岡部さん。11年ぶりかしら。
ひよじょうさんか。
Yep.
部屋の奥を見なさい。
As if he'd known what she was going to say, Daru had moved to a spot in the back of the room where the lights didn't reach. Suddenly it got brighter and I saw
我々ちかっこかり。
Oh shit.
あなたや橋田さんから話を聞いて私が作ったものよ。ほら、ちゃんと VR ヘッドも用意してあるでしょ。
こんなこともあろうかとリフターも用意してある。
Daru went on to explain that for the last 11 years, he'd maintained an environment where I could receive the time leap, even in a coma. That made sense. Even if I was in a coma, as long as they put the receiver up to my head, it'd still function. Mayuri and the others had taken care of my body since 2025. So Daru and Maho had known this day would come 11 years ago? Or maybe I'd told them so back in 2025.
改良を重ねた結果、跳躍可能時間は336時間。一度の跳躍で1週間は遡ることが可能よ。
Wow, that's a hell of an improvement compared to the previous version.
336時間。2週間か。
ただし、それも途中まで。マシンを改良してそれが可能になったのは10年ほど前だから、それ以前は前と変わらず48時間しか跳躍できない。
Okay. In other words, if I wanted to go back to the end of January 2011, I'd need about 3,000 time leaps. Jesus.
とてつもなく辛い旅になるわ。それでも戻る気があるのなら。
Almost 3,000 time leaps. Was I really capable of something like that anymore?
しんどくなったら途中で休めばいい。
ダル。
大丈夫よ。どの時間にたどり着いても必ず私たちがいるから。
野城さん。
私ね、後悔しているの。アマデウスのせいであの子は死んでもなお多くの横島な人々に利用されようとしていた。何年も何十年も。だから私からもお願い。あの子、クリスを醜い欲望の渦から解放してあげて。クリスを救ってあげて。それができるのは岡部さん、あなただけよ。
I didn't know if I could do it anymore. There was no guarantee that the path I was about to travel would ever lead to Steins Gate. You still have to try, man. You still have to try. And I know you can do it. The Rintaro Okabe I know is fucking strong. I know you can do it, man. But even so.
もう一度考えるか。
What could I do? What should I do?
二人とも頼む。
Let's go!
オキドキ。
As soon as the words were out of his mouth, he started getting ready.
岡部さん、もしも次にクリスに会えたら言ってやって。未来の私はあなたの7倍もの時間跳躍を可能にしたわよって。
わかった。
If I ever saw Kurisu.
オカリン、こっちの準備は OK だ。
早いな。
メンテは怠ってないからね。
さすがだな。
まあな。
The phone wave in the VR headset. It looked a little different than what I'd seen in the old lab, but they were still our future gadgets.
あ、でもマユ姉さんたちとは話さなくていいの？
今飛ばないと決心が鈍りそうだ。それに今会えなくてもいくらだって会えるさ。過去の世界で。
そうだな。
Daru smiled as I took the VR headset out of his hand and put it on my head.
それじゃあまた2週間前でな。
ああ、2週間前で。
しっかりね。
You got this, man. And then, I jumped back into the past once more. It took a long, long time. The journey was unimaginably long. Jesus. Holding up, Okabe? I looked at the phone I was holding in my hand. The date read January 31st, 2011. No doubt about it. I was back. I had finally made it back. I'd gone back through so many years. I'd done thousands of time leaps. I'd gone through the war. I'd almost died. I'd thought of giving up a bunch of times. But each time I'd remembered it all. That ruined world. The piles of corpses. The screams. The shouting. The dripping blood. And Daru and Maho. And how they'd sent me off. After a long, unimaginably long time. Finally made it back to this time.
おかり？何か良くない知らせでもあったの？
You went back 25 years into the past 2 weeks at a time. Imagine that. That had to have been hell. That had to have been pure hell. Because time leaping was already dangerous from what he was doing before. It was already wrecking his mind. Imagine the fucked up state it's in now. That had to have been pure hell. He went 10 years, 2 weeks at a time. The rest was all 48 hours. Yep. That had to have... Jesus.
電話に出てからなんだかぼーっとしてるから。
いや、そうじゃない。そういうわけじゃないんだ。
Oh shit. That's true because they didn't have the future. Future headset. Yep. Yep. Mayuri was here.
もしかしてまだお正月の気分が抜けないのかにゃ？
Ferris was here.
しっかりしてくれよな。
And Daru. And Lukako. And Suzuha. And... Maho and Kagari were here too.
もしかしてこの前の疲れが出ちゃったかしら？
この前？
ほら、この前アマデウスのサンプル用に記憶データを取ったでしょ？
Alright, he's where he needs to be. Oh, right. Daru had mentioned that. He'd said that it was at the end of January.
いや、そうじゃないんだ。ちょっとな。かがり。
ん？なに？オカリンさん。
この時代に来てからの記憶は まだ思い出せないのか？
うん。
そうか。
どうしたのいきなり。
なんでもない。ただ少し確かめただけだ。
何それ、変なオカリンさん。
Since I'd come from the future, I knew. In this world, Line Carisu's memories no longer existed inside Kagari's head.
でも私ね、別にこのままでもいいかなって思ってるんだ。だってここにはママもいるし、ルカ君やルミお姉ちゃんもいるし、食べ物だっていっぱいあるし、無理に思い出す必要もないんじゃないかって。
そうか。
Maybe that was fine for now. But the future was going to be filled with sorrow. For Mayuri. For Ferris. For Lukako. For Daru. For Suzuha. For Kagari. And for Maho. Did I really make the right choice when I decided to let Karisu die? No. If you're talking about when you let her die after coming back to the beta, then no. But you didn't know what failure had truly been like, so I can't really blame you. After everyone had left and I was alone, all the exhaustion came crashing down on me. I time leaped 3,000 times. I thought I'd be able to work things out in my head along the way, but I'd been so desperate to return to the past that I hadn't had time. My mind was worn down after all the time leaps. I thought I'd made my decision, but I'd found myself wavering again and again. I'd only managed to do it by telling myself that I had to get back before I could make any decisions. And now my head just felt so tired. What should I do now? What should I do? For now, I didn't want to think about anything. But I felt too awake to even sleep. With everyone gone, the temperature in the lab quickly dropped. It was freezing. But it was nothing compared to the cold I'd felt before. The world I'd seen right after I'd erased Karisu's memories from Kagari. Karisu was there. Mayuri was there. Everyone was there. It was a scene from that very brief peace I'd had during that summer. But that world had been so cold. And now I knew why. That was the world that I'd experienced when I was asleep, existing only as data. A world built only of zeros and ones. Like being alive, even when you're dead. Or being forced to stay alive, even though you were dead. The people I loved were there. But there was no warmth. I could reach out and touch them. But there wasn't even a little bit of warmth. It was like floating in deep dark space without any light at all. And Karisu Makise was now experiencing that too. She was all alone in a cold world, without the slightest trace of warmth. I raised my hand up under the fluorescent light. I could see the veins rising up out of it, the red blood flowing in them. I was alive. There was warmth. But could I really say that I was alive? Now that my memories had been digitized, after being exposed to that cold world, could I really be called human? I heard a knock at the door and turned my eyes towards it. Hey, Maho. Maho was standing there.
ヒアジョーさん。帰ったんじゃなかったのか？
ちょっと忘れ物をしちゃってね。
忘れ物？
それより あなたこそ一人で何をしているのかしら？
Maho showed no signs of looking for whatever she had lost. Instead, she came right up and sat down in front of me.
さっきもずっと難しい顔してたわよね。何か気になることでもあるの？
Maybe she'd been worried enough to come back and check on me.
私じゃクリスの代わりにはなれないかもしれないけど、それでもよければ話してみて。
いや、ジョーさん。
There was no need to worry about whether I could tell her or not. I needed her to make the time leap machine. And for that, she needed to hear everything.
嘘みたいな話だが、聞いてくれるか？
まったく、あなたなんて人なの？
That was the first thing she'd said after I finished. Just like last time, it wasn't something that was easy for her to believe. But Maho must have sensed something in the way I spoke, because she listened until I finished. She interrupted me whenever there was something she didn't understand. She was especially interested in the time machine and the time leaps. I told her everything I knew about them.
信じてくれるのか？
信じないわけにはいかないでしょ。そんな顔して語られたら。それに実際にこんなものを見せられたら。
いや、ジョーさん。
それにこれで納得がいったわ。前から不思議だったのよ。クリスは秋葉原に来てほとんど日を置かないまま死んでしまった。そんな彼女とあなたがそれほどに仲良くなれたということが。
I was about to say, I don't know how she ever bought that.
特にあの子のあの性格でしょ。そんな期間にそれも男の人と親しくなるなんてよっぽどのことがあったんじゃないかと思っていたのだけど。
So that was it, she whispered to herself.
それであなたは何を気にしているの？
I turned away from her.
岡部さん？
俺なんだろうか？
どういうこと？
聞いただろ。今の俺の頭の中にある記憶、それは一度データとなってハードディスクの中に保管されていた記憶だ。いわば人工記憶と言ってもいい。そんな俺は果たして俺自身だと言えるんだろうか？生きている、そう言えるんだろうか？
I'd say so. There was blood running through my body. But what was in my head had been changed into zeros and ones. Didn't that make me no different than Amadeus?
なんだ、そんなことで悩んでたの？バカバカしい。
You know, this may sound stupid and corny, but coming from, like, someone that's played Kingdom Hearts and is about to use Kingdom Hearts logic, but I think that if you have a heart at the core of your being, be it physical or a bunch of zeros and ones, then I think you're a living being and deserving of respect. This is very K8-centric dialogue. Listen, I know it's corny, but that's something I believe, man. This is permissible. But Maho had just laughed at my worries.
あなたは哲学的ゾンビって知ってる？
A what? A thought experiment proposed by philosopher David Chalmers, To explain qualia, qualia are individual sensory experiences like red, a good smell, or sweet. A philosophical zombie is someone whose external experience, internal structure, and words and actions mirror a human's, but who lacks those qualia. In this case, we would be unable to distinguish between philosophical zombies and ordinary humans. Ah, I see.
確か思考実験の一つだろう。姿形から行動に至るまで人間そっくりだが、意識や感情が欠乏している存在は客観的に人間と区別ができるのかどうかという。
I hesitated a little as I answered her sudden question.
ま、大体合っているわね。
She nodded, satisfied, like a teacher would do.
じゃあ仮にここに人間そっくりの外見をした人工知能が存在するとするわよ。人間と同じように振る舞い、同じように行動する。誰かが困っていれば手を差し伸ばし、悲しい時には涙する。これは決められたプロセスなのかもしれないけれど、でもそれは人間だって同じ。個人個人で定められたプロセスに従って考えて反応する。私たちはそのプロセスを意識や感情という言葉に置き換えているだけじゃないかしら。
I thought I understood what Maho was trying to say.
つまり AI にだって感情はあると。
少なくとも私たち科学者はそういうものを作り出すために日々研究を重ねているつもりよ。
She puffed out her chest with pride.
じゃあ岡部さん、あなたは感情を持った AI は人ではないと思う？
If they looked just like a person and thought just like them, and had feelings too, they were a person.
いや。
でしょ？そもそも個人を個人たらしめているのは記憶よ。
Okay. I wanted to bring this up because I just got on the topic of Kingdom Hearts and I'm a huge Kingdom Hearts fanboy. By the way, super excited for 4. But imagine if they had like a Kingdom Hearts, but instead of it like being around Disney, it was around anime. I'd literally freak out if they like visited like a Steins Gate world. That'd be oh my god. That'd be too good. Sorry.
その人が生まれ、経験したこと、感じたもの、その集合体が人間なの。だから岡部倫太郎、たとえ一度データになっていても、あなたの記憶と体を持つあなたは紛れもなく人間、岡部倫太郎よ。心配いらない。
I mean, it already involves time travel shenanigans, so why not, honestly? I'd love if there was a Kingdom Hearts that was, like, visited anime worlds instead of Disney. I still like Kingdom Hearts, and I love the old Disney properties. I just, like, when I think about that, I'm like, God, that'd be so fucking cool. Oh, man.
ヒアジョーさん。
だいたいクリスの作り出したっていうそのタイムリープマシンだって記憶を一度データ化して還元するものなんでしょ？だったら今さら思い悩むだけ無駄だと思わない？
That was what Daru had told me in the future too. But strangely, when she said it, it made me feel better.
こういう時クリスならもっと的確なことを言えたのかもしれないけど。
いや、そんなことないよ。十分だ。
Maho had given her opinion as a brain scientist that I was still me. There was a strength in her words, just like there had been in Carice's when she'd driven me forward. Maho has basically been playing the role of like a Karisu where there is no Karisu. And I think that's very interesting. I mean, she's obviously a different person from Karisu. Like, they have their own personalities, but I just like, even in a world where Okabe lacks the strength of Karisu, he can still get that same, he can still get the same sense of strength from Maho. And I don't know, there's something special about that. I remembered what Maho had said before.
あなたは天才で、所詮私はサリエリだったってことよ。
She had been speaking to the memories of Karisu inside Kagari, but...
ヒアジョーさん、君はサリエリなんかじゃない。
え？
立派なアマデウスだ。
No. That's right. I'm here, right now. I'm alive, and here in this time, not in the cold sea of black data. I'm here in this time. A light came on in the darkness. My cold heart began to warm. But... Karisu, she was still trapped inside that world. Inside that sterile, lifeless world that froze you to the depths of your soul. Even after her death, her memories were still alive. And there were all kinds of conspiracies forming around her living memories. Even after she lost her body, Karisu's pain continued. No, it wasn't just Karisu. Kagari and Suzaha. And in the future, Mayuri, Ferris, Lukako, and Daru too. Everyone was suffering. Everyone was miserable. But still, they tried to move forward. Oh god, that dialogue's actually making me tear up. It's that motivational shit that gets me, man. I swear. All I had cared about was whether Mayuri survived. I thought that even if the Third World War came, no matter what happened to the world, as long as Mayuri was happy, that was all that mattered. I tried to think that. I thought that no matter how much blood and tears awaited us in the future, as long as things were fine now, that was all that mattered. I thought I'd understood. I thought I'd understood how awful that future that Suzaha described was. And how hard Daru and Suzaha would have to fight. I thought I understood all that. Suzaha firing her gun and staining her hands with blood like it was nothing at all. Mayuri and Ferris pale and colorless. Lukako lying on the ground and never getting up again. Kagari and the others, whose lives were ruined by fate. I'd seen them with my own eyes, and touched them with my own hands. And then I finally understood. I had been only pretending to know so I could run away. I'd told myself that I was going to die in 2025, and looked the other way. 2025. I wasn't dead. Everyone just thought so. Everyone had been deceived. That's right, deceived. Me in the past, and everyone else in the future. The world was deceived. I thought the future was settled, but a different future awaited me.
シュタインズゲート世界線への道は険しい。一度や二度やり直したところでたどり着ける道ではないだろう。けれどまずはそこから始めることがシュタインズゲートへとつながるんじゃないか。11年前オカリンはそう言ってた。だからさ、僕たちがいるこの世界も無駄じゃない。 きっと必要な世界なんだ。少なくとも今の僕はそう思ってる。
I had no way of knowing what would make me say that 14 years from now. All I knew was that 14 years from now, I would know this day was coming. So maybe I should do what I said. If that future in 2036 was necessary, then maybe a world where Kurisu was released from her electronic prison was necessary too. No matter how hard the path would be, I had to take the first step. And what I needed right now was that first step.
ヒアジョーさん、
何？
アメリカに帰る前にもう少し付き合ってもらえるか？
そうね。条件が2つあるわ。
条件？
一つはこのタイムマシンを調べさせてほしいってこと。
もう一つは？
あなたのことオカリンさんって呼ばせてもらう。あなたは私をマホって呼びなさい。
Let's go. Let's go.
悪くない条件だと思うけど。
There was an innocent smile on her face, the likes of which I'd never seen before.
わかった。魔法。
よろしくオカリンさん。
When she put her small hand against mine, I felt a solid warmth.
どうしたんだにゃオカリン。一度帰った後にわざわざ呼び出すにゃんて。
そうだよ。僕なんてそれほど近いわけじゃないんだからさ。話があるなら帰る前に言ってほしかったのだぜ。
I'd called all the lab members back after they'd left to go home, and they weren't happy.
それでお話って何かなオカリン。
LINE や電話じゃダメなお話ですか？
ああ。その前に、鈴葉。
何？
一つ聞きたい。お前は俺のことをどう思っている？
どうとは？
オカリン、まさか。
No, dumbass. I already know what Daru's thinking.
いくらオカリンでも鈴葉はあげらんないよ。お父さんは認めません。ダメ、絶対。
I ignored Daru, who seemed to have gotten the wrong idea completely, and turned back toward Suzaha.
お前はこの半年、俺のことを見ていたはずだ。その上で、心の中ではどう思っていた？率直な言葉を聞かせてほしい。
言っていいのか？
ああ。
正直言うと腹が立ってしょうがなかった。
Fair enough. Absolutely fair. Yeah, that was honest. I chuckled.
私や父さんやまゆ姉さんだけじゃない。ルミ姉さんもルカ兄さんもカガリも。未来の世界ではみんな辛い思いをしている。明日は生きているかどうかもわからない。母さんみたいに無残に殺されてしまうかもしれない。そんな世界で必死になって生きてるんだ。それなのに弱音ばかり吐いて自分ばかりが辛いようなことを言って。
Once she started talking, she didn't stop. This must have been building up for a long time.
もちろんオカリンおじさんが辛い経験をしてきたことは知ってる。 何度も何度も苦しい目にあって、それで立ち上がれなくなったことだって知ってる。それでも私たちにはオカリンおじさんしか頼れる人がいないんだ。
She looked down, clenched her fist, and grit her teeth.
私や父さんに代わりが務まるのなら、どんなことでもやる。どんな辛い思いをしようが、どんな苦しみが待ち構えていようが、それでも何だってやる。
スズハ。
だけど私たちじゃどうしようもできないから。オカリンおじさんじゃなければどうにもできないから。
She suddenly looked up, and I could see on her face all the complicated feelings she'd been holding back.
それなのにおじさんと来たら、無理だとかできないとか勘弁してくれとか、そんな弱音ばかりで話を聞いてくれようとさえしない。父さんの手前だから言わなかったけど、私はそんなおじさんの態度にずっと腹が立ってた。本当にぶん殴ってやりたいくらいだったよ。
It probably felt good to get that off her chest.
スズハ、何もそこまで言わんでも。
No, he needs it. And Rentaro knows he needs it.
そうだにゃ。オカリンだって分かってるんだにゃ。
I did understand, yeah. I understood that something had to be done.
だったらそうしてもらおうか。
Yes!
そうするとは。
殴りたかったんだろう。だったら殴ってみればいい。
でも
Come on, give him that punch.
遠慮はいらない。
Oh, okay, maybe. Yeah. Wait, maybe. Maybe Suzaha should hold back if she's punching you. I don't know about that. I don't know about that much. A punch from Suzaha that's not holding back, you might lose a few teeth. I don't know about that.
すずさん、やめて。オカリンは。
いいんだ、まゆり。
I like the way Suzaha functions as our stand-in because that's the sort of way you feel about Okabe when first coming to this story. Especially after finishing the previous one, you miss the old Halloween Kyoma. Yeah. Yeah. But at the same time, I can understand what he's been through. But it is just like, come on! You gotta do something, man. This is my way of settling things. With Suzaha. With the future. And with myself.
オカリンさん。
もしかしてそういう性癖だったら止めんけど。
Jesus Christ, Darn.
本当にいいんだな。
Suzaha took a step towards me.
ああ。
I was ready. I don't know, if I put myself in her position, then maybe, but at the same time I can relate to his quite literally pointless struggle of how it is, physically and mentally wearing him down. Yeah, it's complicated, but yeah.
じゃあ本気で行く。
Yikes.
いや、待て。少しは手加減を。
No! Rintaro, you backed out too late! No! Oh god. Punch the daylights out of him. Oh my god. That right there was the Luffy punching the Celestial Dragon back into the manga moment. Jesus Christ. She hit me hard enough to knock me across the room.
悪かった。少し力が入りすぎた。
Jesus Christ.
今すごい音したわよ。
No. Oh my god.
大丈夫？オカ
Everyone ran over and looked down at me. He's done. He's over. He heard the bell. Yeah, that hurt a lot. It probably did more damage to my brain than reading Steiner or the Time Lapse. Jesus. But...
岡部さん。
It woke me up. Now I just had to do what I could. Is he gonna do it?
おかりん
Do it. Do it! You know you want to, Okabe! You know you want to! Let's go! That's why he's the GOAT! The GOAT! That's what I'm talking about! Let's go! Sorry for the headphone users.
もしかして今日
It is! He's awoken! Rise, my masters! Pillarman music. God.
オカリン。
違うぞマユリ
My man!
法王院京馬だ
Let's go! Oh, absolutely based!
京馬さん。
そうだ我が名は不王院京だ
Yes!
ラボメンナンバー001このラボの創設者にして混沌を望み世界の支配構造を覆すマッドサイエンティスト不王院京馬だ
Who in Kyomada? Based, Sav, based. Do we need a Halloween Kilma emote? Chat, do we actually need a Halloween Kilma emote? We might. We do! Halloween Kyomada! Oh man. You need a lab coat, Mochi? Oh my god. Indeed.
ルカ子白衣を持て
Yes! He's ditching the fit for the golden fit! A PNG with the pose and everything. Oh my god. I need to get some fan art of Mochi with the whole in Kilma pose. Oh, we need that. Oh, we need that.
はい、京馬さん。
My man!
父さんこれは
Don't worry, Suzaha, you did what you needed to do.
やったな鈴葉。ようやくオカリンがやる気になったのだぜ。
Yeah!
京馬さん、どうぞ。
God, this is fucking epic! Oh my god, I'm so fucking pumped right now! I can't help it!
うむ
I put my lab coat on for the first time in a very long time. It had been sitting on the shelf in the back so long that it smelled a little moldy. Ew. I didn't need to know that.
そう
Oh my god!
我が聖な える白金の鎧。今この時、法院教魔は復活。
This is so fucking hype!
眠りから蘇ったのだ。
I fucking love Steins Gate! Good! I'm sorry, I can't help it. Oh my man! Oh, that's the best CG! That's the best CG ever! Kagari and Maho were seeing Hoenn Kyoma for the first time and they were shocked into silence. Shocked by his raw energy.
なんなの？殴られたショックでおかしくなったの？
Nope. It drove him right where it needed to.
思い出した。
え？
法院京馬。ママがいつも言ってた名前。
Oh my god.
いつかきっと法院京馬が復活して私たちの未来を照らしてくれるって。
And there he is!
いや、ちょっとついていけないんですけど。
It's fine, Maho, it's fine.
おい、そこのロリッコ。
あ
That's such a cringe term, but I don't care right now! I'm too fucking hype!
お前だ、お前。
もしかして私のことを言ってるんじゃないでしょうね。
He is, I'm sorry.
この間にロリッコといえばお前しかいないだろう。
誰がロリッコよ、誰が。
Man.
貴様にはラボメンナンバー009の栄誉を与える。以後この法院京和の手足となり、俺たちのオペレーションに参加するがいい。
My sister and I were the same when we were watching the anime. How could you not be hype? I don't understand how anyone could see this and not fucking lose themselves. And you guys have to keep in mind, when I'm not streaming, I'm like a very like calm watcher. Dude, even if I was in like not streaming and I read that, I would have fucking jumped. I oh my god. Oh my fuck, man.
なんで私があなたの手足にならなきゃいけないのよ。それにそのラボメンナンバーって何？
It's the highest honor a person can receive.
名前の通り、このラボの正式メンバーに選ばれた証だ。光栄に思うがいい。
Oh yes! It's the highest honor!
それから椎名係。貴様もラボメンナンバー010だ。わかったな。
フェイリスたちはラボメンにはしてくれないのかにゃ？
You've already been lab members! Ferris and Lukaku seemed upset. Come to think of it, I'd made them lab members in the Alpha World line, but not this one.
言っていなかったが、もちろんお前たちはすでにラボメンだ。ルカコは006、フェイリスは007、そして鈴葉は008。
Why did she frown at that? Everyone else smiled, but Suzuha was like, oh, this is too good.
よくわからないけど了解した。
Don't worry, don't worry.
なあオカリン、それおかしくね？それじゃあ004と005が不在じゃん。
その2つには戦略があるんだよ
for Kurisu and Moeka. To be honest, I didn't like the idea of leaving Moeka as an official lab member. But in order to reach a future where that could be true, I'd have to face the past right now. That was my decision. Ah, yes! God, I love this fucking CJ!
本日2011年1月31日をもって新たなるオペレーションを発動する。目的は予定された未来の粉砕、世界の未来そのものを覆すこと。それが俺たちの目的だ。いいな。
God, that was so fucking hype.
俺だ。
Yes! Yes! 俺だ。エルサイカングル。
これより俺たちは新たなるオペレーションを実行に移す。未来の俺は言った。いくつもの未来のその先にシュタインズゲートは待っていると。これから導く未来がたとえ茨の道だとしてもきっと無駄なものではないはずだ。分かっている。俺たちの目指す扉、そこにたどり着くには途方もない時間がかかるだろう。
God, I can't calm down. I can't calm down, chat. I can't calm down.
いかなる機関が俺たちを阻止せんと立ちふさがるかもしれない。それでも俺は何度だってやり直してやるさ。健闘を祈ってくれ。エル
サイ
カンガルー。
カンガルー。Yes! God. Man. After I finished my phone call, I realized that everyone was staring at me. Please don't look at me that way. I'm embarrassed too.
何それ。
これはいわばそう儀式のようなものだ。
儀式ね。
Yes, this was a ceremony. A ceremony to stop my fears from getting the best of me again.
まさかオカリンさん、あなたクリス相手にもそんな態度だったんじゃないでしょうね。
Perhaps.
岡部ではない。
God, let's go.
ふざけているの？
マホタン、あんま突っ込むのやめてあげて。オカリンもまだ模索してる最中だから。
そっか、これが法王院京馬さんなんだね。そうだよ、狂気のマッドサイエンティストさんなのです。
He is indeed.
いにしえのアルケミストの生まれ変わりでもあるのにゃ。
Well, you know what it is, but we'll look at it anyways. In fiction and conspiracy theories, a technology that allows for any kind of material, even the human body and soul, to be changed into any another. However, the principle of equivalent exchange must be observed. Real alchemists existed in medieval Europe, where they tried to use chemical methods to create precious metals. The techniques they developed would become the foundation of modern chemistry.
精神残魔流の師範でもあるんですよ。
Mm-hmm. Any other quality English? Oh my god. I hope everyone's ears is alright from that absolute blowout I had of seeing the whole Wind Kilma come back. Raise your hand if you're now deaf. They are destroyed. I am so sorry. This is fine. Oh, man. Bro raised both hands. I'm dead. Oh, Gishki is the Japanese word for ritual ceremony that explains a lot for Yu-Gi-Oh! Fun fact, you actually can make gold out of other materials, but the process itself is more expensive than the gold itself. Ah. Sorry, Mo, did you say something? No! I deafened my chat! This is the worst timeline! My loudness has gotten the better of me. Oh my god.
すごい。ダメだ、父さん。
Kakashi, is that you?
ついていけない。
I'm not even using headphones. Oh man. Please don't stare at me like that. It's breaking my heart.
それで、具体的にはどうするつもりなの？
I've got to go back and highlight that whole reaction to whole Wind Kilma coming back. That's not even clip worthy, that's highlight worthy. I've only highlighted 3 things and they were all from Grisaya.
まず最初に言っておくが、俺たちが最終的に目指すのは第三次世界大戦の起こらない未来だ。
Just like I told myself a second ago, I didn't expect to get to the world line we wanted, the Steins Gate world line, immediately. Just like I had to build up to the Beta world line little by little, I'd have to go through many pasts and many futures. And to do that, I first had to write this world line's future. Psycho! Oh my god, thank you so much for that's the second raid we've had today. Butter for the butter raid. Butter raid. Hello, Jeff Cause. Hello, Psycho. Oh my god. You guys came in just as we went through. Okay. It's probably good that you guys came in after that because I would have destroyed your eardrums. But we just got through a really hype moment in Steins Gate 0. Oh my god. I nearly lost my mind. Oh my god. I need my eardrums. I'll go back and highlight it for everyone though, so don't worry. But welcome those from Psycho's stream. My name is Mochi. I am a Bearman PNG tuber. Mochi Kumo, sorry. But you can call me Mochi. And we usually read visual novels, and today we're reading Steins Gate 0, the sequel to the original Steins Gate. And man, we just got some absolute chaos going on, but it's fun. Hello, Hubby's Madness. Welcome. Welcome from the raid. Oh my god. I know I have 4 of them, but come on. Oh my god. How was your raid? What were you playing? That is the question. And to do that, I had to first write this world line's future. This world had lost Kurisu, and the price for that was dire indeed. Playing Raft with friends. Nice, nice. And now... Oh. It's bedtime. Thank you so much for bringing the party over to me. I'll take care of your lads. I'll take care of your lads. Don't you worry. You get some rest. You get some sleep. Have a good rest of the stream. Thank you so much. You too. You have a good night, man. God. God, I'm hyper. Oh man. But I wouldn't let the future that awaited us. Enjoy whoever Steins is and his gate, I suppose. My face when I'm trying to go through a gate and Stein won't let me. Come on, Steins Gate! Sorry. I need to stop making those jokes. They're not funny. God. Be so full of... Oh wait, sorry. But I wouldn't let that future that awaited us be so full of suffering and pain. Be responsible with my banana golem, Ayo. I wouldn't let it happen. We stand the gate. Everything had to begin with that. Even if the future before us would end up never having happened at all. That was my responsibility, since I had chosen this world.
このベータ世界線においても俺が何度か世界線の変動を経験してきたことは説明したな。まずはその原因を取り除かなければならない。
原因って何なのにゃ？
Let me grab a cloth and some water. Somebody stained the gate. Man.
マキセ・クリスのノート PC とハードディスク、そしてアマデウスに残るクリスの記憶。
The time machine paper contained on the hard drive and all of her memories relating to it. All of those world line changes. It was safe to assume that they'd been caused by Stratfor and others fighting over them.
ゆえにクリスのノート PC とハードディスクの破棄、並びにクリスの記憶のデータを消去すること、これが今回のオペレーションの最終目的となる。
Dude, I had to have somehow gotten the best ending on like my first playthrough of this, because this feels good. I had to have gotten the best ending. There's no way. That was fucking hype.
クリスのデータを消去？そんな本気なの？
My poor pink Nana.
ああ。
Take that out of context. Oh my god.
でもあの記憶はクリスが生きていた証なのよ。あの子がこの世界で私たちと同じ時間を過ごしたっていう証拠なのよ。私は消去なんてしてほしくない。
I knew how she felt. Until a few days ago, I would have agreed.
だったら君はクリスの記憶が悪用されてもいいというのか？
それは
俺たちのいるこの世界線に至るまでのいくつかの過去において、あいつの記憶は争いの種になってきた。それに多くの人間が巻き込まれている。そこにいるカガリだってそうだ。
What happened to Gagari in the past several years? That probably hadn't changed in this world line. Which meant that was just another tragedy caused by the Pandora's box that was Karisu's memories. Pandora's box, a box given to mankind by the gods in Greek mythology. We were told never to open it, but a girl named Pandora let her curiosity get the best of her and opened it anyway. The box was filled with disasters, all of which were unleashed upon the world. It said that the one thing that remained in the box was hope. And that hope was Ho in Kyoma.
それに俺は一度データの中の世界を経験して知った。あの世界の冷たさをな。
That's right. I knew. I knew how cold that world was. It was a world inside a tiny box with no past, present, or future.
それほどまでに暗く冷たい世界にずっとクリスを閉じ込めておいて、君は平気なのか？それにあいつが生きていたという証は 俺たち自身のここにある。
I put my finger to my head.
俺たちが覚えていること、そしてその上で第三次世界大戦の起きない平穏な世界へと導くこと、それこそがあいつが生きていた証拠になるんじゃないのか。
Maho fell silent as the whole group turned towards her.
陳腐なセリフね。
That's really cheesy.
クリスが聞いていたら笑われるわよ。
だろうな。
だけど陳腐だと思えることにほど真実はあるのかもしれないわね。
Yep. Maho's dark frown became a smile.
あなたに従うわ。
ありがとう。ダル、クリスの PC とハードディスクはお前が持っているんだよな。
うん、マホタンから預かって簡単には見つからんところに隠してる。
それはアマデウスの件が終わったらすぐに破棄してくれ。
本当にいいん？
He looked back at Maho, and this time, she nodded.
ええ。でもそれは私にやらせて。
OK。
The problem now was Amadeus.
マホ、アマデウスのあるサーバーにアクセスできるか？
ええ、できるはずよ。橋田さん、ちょっと PC を貸してもらえる？
あ、ちょい待ち。
Daru motioned for her to stop with one hand, then started typing something into the keyboard.
何をしてるんだにゃ、ダルニャン。
一応 IP がバレないよう厳重に細工を。OK、どうぞ。
I think most of us know what an IP is, but we'll do it anyways. Officially, Internet Protocol. However, the term IP is often mistakenly used to describe an IP address. An IP address is essentially an ID number given to a computer to allow it to exchange information via the internet or a LAN. The Internet Protocol is the methods and standards used to exchange that information. Maho took over from Daru at the computer.
おかしいわ。アクセスできない。
You've gotta be kidding me.
どういうことだ？
パスワードが間違ってるってことは？
そんなミスするわけないでしょ。今まで何度も入力してきたんだから。
Maho tried the password a few more times, but she still couldn't access the server.
私のアクセス権限自体が停止されちゃってるみたい。
What the hell?
どういうことなのこれ。ちょっと教授に電話してみる。
Maho took out her phone and called Dr. Leskinen. She put the phone next to her ear for a moment, then frowned and put it down.
ダメ。繋がらない。
She tried calling Dr. Reyes too, but that didn't work either. What the fuck is going on?
どうなってるのよこれ。
やはりそう簡単にはいかないか。
If Maho's access rights had been taken away, that must mean someone was about to do something.
別のアプローチ方法を探ってみよう。ビクトル・コンドリア大学のサーバーにハッキングできるか？
OK、ちょっとやってみる。
簡単に言ってるけど、うちの研究所のセキュリティ結構厳しいわよ。
大丈夫だ。なんたってダルはスーパーハッカーだからな。
それを言うならスーパーハッカーな。
Just do it, Daru. He had broken CERN security in just 20 hours. I had absolute faith in him. Daru and Maho were staring at the screen and discussing something. He was probably asking her for details to make his hacking more efficient. I needed to do what I could while I waited. I went back into the development room and opened up a box that had just arrived that day. Mayuri looked over my shoulder and into the box. Oh man.
唐揚げは解凍しないからな。
残念。みんながお腹空いたらジューシー唐揚げナンバーワンを振る舞ってあげようと思ったのに。
It's been so long since I've heard her say that. First, I needed to reconstruct the phone wave. After that, I'd have Maho help me make the time link machine. On my way back from the future, I'd memorized every bit of how it worked, so it didn't take very long.
橋田さん、あなたすごいわ。
It was about 30 minutes later when I heard Maho's odd voice.
やったのか？
僕にかかればこれくらい朝飯前だぜ。
スーパーハッカーの名は伊達じゃないな。じゃあ早速アマデウスのデータを探してくれ。
待って、今開いて。
I swallowed and looked at the screen as I listened to the mouse click. Why is memory locked?
ない。
Oh no.
アマデウスもクリスの記憶データもあったはずのフォルダからなくなってるわ。
すでに持ち出されたということか。待てよ。
I unlocked my phone and called up the... He has Amadeus! Amadeus's icon was still there.
なあ、このアプリからアマデウスにアクセスできると思うか？
Maho looked over at my phone.
どうかしら。アマデウスのデータそのものがサーバーに残ってないならさすがに無理なんじゃ。試してみて。どうしたの？
いざ繋がった時のことを考えるとな。慎重にいかないと。
そうね。誰かに見られているかもしれない。
ん？
どうしたダル？
ここ、さらに鍵がかけられてるフォルダがある。
どれ？
Maho leaned forward and stared at the monitor.
変ね。こんなフォルダ今までなかったわ。
かなり厳重なセキュリティがかかってるっぽい。さっきのとは比にならんくらい。
アマデウスはそっちに移されたのかしら。でも一体誰が？そんな権限を持っているのはレスキネン教授ぐらいよ。
レスキネン教授には裏の顔があったか、あるいは教授の身に何かあったか。
Neither possibility was appealing.
ダル、そのフォルダは一旦保留だ。次はストラト4のサーバーにハックを仕掛けてくれ。
え？ストラト4ってなんでストラト 4？
おそらく今回の騒動の一端を担っているはずだ。以前ハックしたことがあるから簡単だろう。
つかオカリン、なんでそんなことまで知ってんの？エスパーかよ。
俺を誰だと思っている？狂気のマッドサイエンティストは全てお見通しだ。
Give me a sec, he said, as he typed something else into the computer.
ストラト4のサーバーはと。
I could tell he'd done it once before. This time he got through a lot faster than it took him to break into the university.
そのアマデウスっつうシステムのデータを探せばいいんだよね。
ちょっと待って。
Maho leaned her tiny body forward and again and took the mouse from Daru. She clicked on an icon. The screen filled with some kind of text.
これレポートだわ。
And it's something talking about the brain. She opened several more files, but since they were written in English, we couldn't read them.
これは
一体何のレポートなんだ？
実験よ。ストラト4が行っていた人体実験。
人体実験？
Just like CERN did.
どうやらストラト4は記憶の移植実験を行っていたみたいね。
Maybe that's what happened to those apes in one of the CGs. Because we saw that the apes were like effed with. And like they were like in pain. Maybe that's what happened. They tried to put human memories into them. Maybe.
誰かの記憶データを別人に移し定着させる実験をいくつも行っているわ。
Memory transplant experiments. That was...
最初こそ動物を使っていたようだけど、
Yep. Yep.
最終的には生身の人間で行われてる。被験者には身寄りのない人を利用したみたい。大人から子供まで人種も様々。
She looked down at the report again.
どうした？まだ何かあるのか？
どうやら彼ら記憶移植に関する新しい実験に着手しようとしてるみたい。
It was safe to assume the experiments had something to do with the time machine. They were trying to force open the black box of Karisu's memories in order to gain information about the time machine. Even if they couldn't get the password for the laptop from Amadeus, if they could access her memories directly, it'd give them everything they needed. It was just like what had been done to Kagari in the last world line, but on a more advanced level.
とにかく今はクリスの記憶データを探すのが先決だ。ダル、データはありそうか？
He took the mouse back from Maho and sighed.
いや、ないね。それらしいもんは見当たらない。
What was going on? Hadn't Stratfor stolen the Amadeus data from Victor Crondria?
一番怪しいのはやっぱ大学のサーバーじゃね？あのプロテクトがかかってたとこ。
Which meant that they were working without stealing the data? Did they hack it like we did, or...?
どうする？
魔法を信じよう。ダル、侵入できるか？
できるけど、これはちょっと骨が折れると思われ。
どれくらいかかりそうだ？
わからんけど、下手したらまるっと半日以上はかかるかも。
If Daru said so, it must have been really heavily protected.
しかも途中でハッキングかけてるのがバレたら全部おじゃん。
We needed to hack in to get rid of Karisu's memory data. And until Daru finished, we needed to keep Stratfor distracted. The problem was, how?
アマデウスと通信している最中は、こっちの位置情報はどうなるんだ？
全部把握されるわ。当然アマデウスのプログラムを持っている連中にもね。
I thought so.
問題はアマデウスにつながるかどうか。
First, I needed to see if the app even worked anymore. If it did, I had an idea.
真帆、一つ無茶な頼みをしていいか。
A full day had passed since the operation began. Daru still hadn't managed to break the lock on that folder. Thankfully, they hadn't detected him yet, but that didn't mean we were safe. While Daru did his work, I finished my own, and then handed the rest off to Maho. My actions might have changed the future already, but we still had to do our jobs. Suzuha had her arms crossed, expression stern. She had been that way for a while. At a glance, she looked calm, but I could see her tapping her arm with her index finger.
おじさん、私たちにできることはないの？
We were finally ready to stop the Third World War. It had to bother her that there was nothing she could do. It had to be stopped as soon as possible, but all she could do now was wait. She was frustrated and on edge. But that was true of everyone else.
もう少しだ。ダルも真帆も頑張ってくれている。
Once Maho completed what I asked for, there'd be something we could do too.
フェリス、甘いものとか買ってくるにゃ。疲れた時には甘いものが一番にゃ。
Chat. So, it is getting very close to 12. Do you think we should cut it off here? And then do some more tomorrow? Because I just realized I've been streaming for damn near 5 hours. What do you guys think? Or should I wait until I get to a better stopping point? Because I know if I stopped here, it might be a bit of a weird cliffhanger, but I want to ask you guys. Sleep. 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 Okay. Okay, Golden. Alright. We'll stop here for now. And then we will do some more tomorrow, but man, it's getting interesting. Oh my god. Why stop? You just told me to sleep. But let's see who we can raid. Gingy! Alright. Raid. Z Jin G. And then this is the greatest bear raid of all time. That is a raid message. Let me go ahead and type it in his chat, but thank you guys so much for coming in today. I know it was a bit of a longer one, but thank y'all for sticking with me through it. I really do appreciate you guys. And God, that was awesome. That was awesome. But yeah, let's all make sure to give Gingy our love and support as he plays Atomic Heart, it seems. Yeah. But yeah, I'll see you guys later. Hope you have a good one, and El Sai Kangaroo.